everyone to protect your biggest assets. That's why we've done the work of finding trusted pros for you. Whether you're looking for home and auto insurance or any other type of coverage, Ramsey can help. Our Ramsey trusted providers have all been vetted and coached to serve you like we would. I'm so confident in their quality service and coverage because I use them myself and recommend them to my team members. Find what you need at RamseySolutions.com/insurance today. That's RamseySolutions.com/insurance.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Soak it up while you can. It's a lovely rainy day in the desert.
It won't be like complete rain the entire day, but it will be periods of showers, and even some areas might see, half an inch to an inch, especially if you're in the foothills areas north of Phoenix.
Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says temps will be in the low 60s today. They may not reach the 70s again until early next week. A crash in Buckeye involving a Tesla has left a person dead. Buckeye police say the crash happened last night near Celebron Drive and Thomas Road. A hazmat crew was called out to assist officers with chemical fires resulting from the crash. Police say they're withholding the identity of the person killed until they are officially ID'd. Are you planning to fly for Thanksgiving? Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is out with a new video that urges travelers to mind their P's and Q's on the plane. Here's ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael.
Ahead of this holiday travel season, Duffy says,
let's bring civility and manners back.
And he has some guiding questions for passengers.
Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots?
Because no one wants to kick off Thanksgiving by getting kicked off the plane. Clara McMichael, ABC News.
The Epstein Files bill is now waiting for President Trump's signature following passage in both the House and Senate. Today, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department has new information regarding the Epstein Files, but she didn't say what the new information is. Senate Majority Leader John Thune was asked if he believes the DOJ will release the files.
I trust the judgment of the Justice Department to ensure that whatever files they release protect the victims, clearly, and I think there are other items, perhaps materials that were acquired through grand jury trials that perhaps they will have to make some decisions about.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Well, you heard it live right here on KTAR.
It's been hard to convince him that this is a tax on the American people.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says President Trump's tariffs are making it even harder for people to make ends meet. He exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News that tariffs can be an effective strategy, but says this plan didn't seem to have a plan behind it.
He's putting tariffs on 100%. No, let's change it to 200%. Let's bring it down to 50%. How about this country doesn't get any tariffs, but let's put tariffs on a place that doesn't even have people living in it. I mean, they made absolutely no sense.
Trump recently reduced tariffs on certain food and coffee products to try to lower prices. The Supreme Court is still weighing whether the president had the authority to issue the tariffs. 30 million live Christmas trees are expected to be harvested and sold this holiday season. Jim Ryan, ABC News correspondent, tells Arizona's Morning News artificial trees cost are up about 20% this year.
They come from China. And with the tariffs in place, Christmas trees will be more expensive. Other Christmas decorations also coming from China will cost more.
He says replacing artificial trees costs more to replace than getting a natural tree. People can cut their own tree if you apply for a permit online. And turning to Wall Street today, the Dow was up by 43 points, the S&P up 24, and the NASDAQ rose 131. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We do have an accident involving a motorcycle. This is at Peoria Avenue and Reams Road in Glendale. And there's another crash in Tempe, this one at Elliott Road and Harrell Avenue. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Chapman Chevrolet in Tempe. Today, our chance of rain continues 70%, maybe a thunderstorm and a high temp of 65. That chance of rain continues into tonight, and tomorrow's high 64 with a 30% chance of more showers. Right now in Glendale, it's 63. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All I can say is that I like it when it rains. I like to have the rain and raining rain.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Nice.
Man, am I good.
You are.
Really, really good.
Better than Blind Melon?
Way better than Blind Melon. Way better. Yeah. Name another Blind Melon song.
I cannot.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No, this is it. It was a good one, though. We got to give them credit. It's 30 years later. We're still playing their stuff every time it rains, which I like it. Just found myself lying in bed this morning.
Okay.
And I was thinking about our news director, Bill. Just lying there thinking about Bill while I was in bed. Well, the reason is because yesterday we were talking about it being a nice cool day and the rain was happening, and I said, you know what, Bill, on days like this, I just like to be in sweats. And he goes, yeah, stay under the covers and just kind of enjoy the rain. I know you don't like the smell of rain, but that's because
you do.
You're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, just enjoy the smell of rain, lie under the covers. And so I woke up this morning and rain was going on outside my window.
And you're in your sweats.
I was in my sweats and I was lying there. I was curled up under the blankets and I thought, oh, Bill O'Neill.
Thinking about the news director.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Keep going. What were you thinking about, Bill?
I was like, I wonder if Bill is also curled up under his covers right now.
No, he was probably here working away.
Wishing that he were me.
Yeah.
Curled up under the covers in a nice cold bedroom with the rain and the beautiful smell of the rain outside.
We don't get to all live the luxurious lifestyle you do, Chris.
So nice. This is why when they say, do you want a promotion? I always say no.
Really?
Yeah, because otherwise I have to be here when I could be at home curled up under the blankets.
You don't know that.
Show me evidence to the contrary. You just told me Bill was at work because I was lazy.
Well, that's a promotion to news director.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, you could get promoted to afternoon show. It could be outspoken with Bruce, Gatos, and Chris.
Stunt boy Chris.
Stunt boy Chris.
That'd be a great idea. What a great idea.
It could be a 3-man weave.
I feel like I might have to do that just to evidently someday afford retirement. I was talking with my parents, and I realized they've never told me how much money they have, but I was talking to my father, and they had to buy a new car. They had a car accident in the family this last week, and so they have to buy a new car. And he was trying to debate whether or not he was going to pay cash for it, or whether he was going to take out a 0% loan. And I said, why don't you take out the 0% loan? That's, that's basically like cash, only you get to leave yours in the market. And he says, but we don't like having the debt. And I said, well, look, whatever you feel comfortable with is fine. I said, you're not cash flowing. You don't have a cash flow problem, right? No, we're fine. I go, I never asked you how much you have. I don't want to know how much you have. I just want to make sure that everything's cool. He said, yeah, we're great. I think they must have a decent amount.
Does that make you feel better?
No.
Because you think it's all going to your brother?
No.
Okay.
No. I think.
Why don't you feel better? If they've got a decent
I'm happy
amount,
for them.
Doesn't that one day mean you might have half of that?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
They're never going to die.
What?
Yeah. This is what's happening. Life expectancy keeps climbing. The boomers have all of the wealth. They won't die. So the money doesn't get passed down when you need it. It gets passed down to me when I'm in my 60s. And then, as you know, Pablo and I both plan on not even making it to our 70s. So then I've got the money, and then what? I don't have any time to enjoy that.
How about your wife? She can enjoy it with her
She's
second
old.
husband.
Oh, third husband. She's very old.
Oh, third husband. You're right.
Yeah, she'd be very old.
Maybe she could remarry the first husband. Does that count as
I
the
do
third?
not see that happening. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's cold out. But it's not cold enough for hell to freeze over.
Gotcha.
So I think we're safe on that one.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we're good.
Well, you still want her to be taken care of? I mean,
yeah.
Your parents' money can end up with her.
I was looking at some of the numbers on this.
Oh, it's dark.
Baby boomers right now have $85.4 trillion in wealth.
It's pretty good.
That is nearly twice as much as Gen X and 4 times as much as millennials. But wait, there's more. Because what was not revealed in the story where I found the data, which came from Washington Post, is that if we figure then that half of $85 trillion is $42 trillion, right?
Yeah.
What is 10% of $42 trillion?
$4
trillion. Yeah. So basically 1% of the entire wealth of Gen X is Elon Musk.
1% of all of the wealth
of Gen X
is
Elon Musk.
1% of
because he's worth about $400+ billion.
I saw the scary stat similar to that the other day that Musk makes more than all of the teachers in the U.S. combined.
So if we're weighing boomers versus Gen X, the only thing keeping Gen X even on the playing field is that Elon Musk is 54 years old. He's Gen X. And so I guess if you want to say that Gen X has some money, but the rest of it is spread out among the other 30 million of us.
Do the millennials have that same kind of some person?
Let me see. Where's
Zuckerberg?
Zuckerberg, I think. Yeah. I think Zuckerberg would fall into that category.
Let's see.
And is Sergey Brin, Sergey, the OpenAI guy? He's got a bunch of money
Zuckerberg,
too.
41.
Yeah, he's millennial.
I'm older than that guy.
Yep. What have you done with your life?
Stuck here.
Yeah, look at that.
Ugh.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so if you take a look at the distribution of wealth, not only do boomers have the vast majority of it, the money that the boomers don't have is incredibly highly concentrated in a very few people, very few famous people, too. People who have just a ton of money.
Yep.
The median home price, by the way, in the first quarter of 1976. Okay, that's when the oldest boomers were 30 years old.
Median price of a house.
Right.
I'm going to guess.
What is ours right now is
so in Arizona it's about $500,000, but yeah, it's 400, 450.
Okay. So what do you think it was 40 years ago?
70s. Ooh,
40 years ago.
$20,000.
No, actually you're low.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
No.
What was it?
It was 42,000.
Okay.
Which means that
But still,
since 1976, I believe wages have gone up about 6 times, 7 times.
Really?
The median home prices have gone up 10 times. If you were simply to adjust for inflation, $42,800 in 1976 would mean that a median home today should be $242,000. We are double what the rate of inflation is when it comes to home value. So what does that mean if you're a Gen Z trying to get into a house? It's twice as hard as it was for your grandparents. Right?
Is that what that means?
That's what that means.
You know,
it's twice as hard as it was for them. And also keep in mind that home value that they've got, right? They got in at 42. If it had only maintained its value, but it hasn't. It's gone up significantly more. In fact, you're finding out that the homes back then are worth even more than the median homes are today. The median home back then has appreciated more than what we even consider a median home today.
I was kicking some of this around with Broomhead this morning.
Yep.
And he told me that the baby boomers just worked harder than everybody else.
Yeah.
So, apparently, Gen Zs, millennials, Gen X.
Yeah. He channeled his inner Huizinga. He was like, the kids these days, they don't want to work.
No, not just the kids these days.
Yeah, the kids those days.
The adults these days, everybody who's basically under the age of
70.
I was going to say, 60.
Yeah.
They just don't work very hard.
That's the issue. Yeah. Has nothing to do with timing. No. Has nothing to do with being born at a time when things were less expensive.
Or inflation.
Has nothing to do with the way that we've seen wages outpace.
Wage distribution.
Yeah, nothing to do with any of that. It's all because of
work ethic.
Not even Not even working smarter.
No.
Just simply working sweating more.
Baby boomers work harder. I wrote it down.
Okay.
I attributed it to Broomhead. You always tell me write it down. I wrote it down.
So $85.4 trillion in wealth for the baby boomers.
They worked hard.
100% sweat equity. Interesting.
They work hard.
Okay. Yeah. Fascinated by that. Our why today. Why are you hosed if you're under 40 in America? Well, if you listen to our friend Mike Broomhead, he says it's because you're just not working hard enough.
And that's right.
However, I'm not so sure that's the case.
We think it's a little deeper.
It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Becky Lynn. No one works harder than her. She has the day's top story for you right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 2:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
The family crisis right now is worse than it's ever been.
Tempe community member Austin Davis with nonprofit AZ Hugs spends his days helping people on the streets get into shelters. He also says that we're in a family homelessness crisis, adding he's seeing more families and young children coming to his events seeking help.
What makes it even worse and harder for families right now is there is a 3+ month wait list through the family housing hub. You know, UMOM, A New Leaf, Homeward Bound, those all go through the hub.
Davis says he sees anywhere from 6 to 12 unhoused families a week at his Tempe picnics. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, we are looking at more rain. I say yay to that. 70% chance throughout the day, 30% chance by Thursday, and our high 65 at 64 in Laveen. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
And a shout out to our good friends in Fountain Hills. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the show in Fountain Hills. Some of my favorite people are in Fountain Hills. Remember, you can also see us streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel as Schnell. Do you think I'm rich, Joe? Joe just put up a sign for our YouTube viewers. It's accusing me of being wealthy.
No, I assumed that was your middle name, Richard. I just went with Rich.
You are remarkably close.
Mine actually,
but not quite.
One of my confirmation name is Richard. So I didn't say.
Wow.
I didn't say in the wallet. Just maybe call you Rich. Yeah.
So we were just talking about how the boomers have all the wealth in the country. 85% of the wealth is in the. $85 trillion of wealth in the nation is in the control of the baby boomers. What you have to understand is that a great deal of that is in real estate. But also a tremendous amount of that has to do with they were at a very unique time, the boomers were.
Okay.
So many of them entered the workforce when companies were still offering a pension. And then in the 80s, they started doing, Congress said, look, this is bad for business. Let's do something where people are investing in business and then they get returned based on the performance of that business.
It's a little 401k.
That's exactly right. And so they made the 401ks more tax friendly. So that encouraged people to invest in 401ks. It encouraged companies to cease their pension plans and to encourage company-sponsored 401ks, which, of course, is the norm outside of, I would say, union jobs or government jobs today.
Do you think a lot of it, too, has to do with wealth and investments as well? Like the stock market.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It exploded. So it's not just the 401ks. It's also some of those folks who had those 401ks took some chunks of money and were able to throw it at the stock market.
When it was still way low. Right.
Way low.
If you take a look at the trajectory of the stock market, it was cruising along at a pretty normal return rate. And then in the 90s, all of a sudden, pew. So imagine if you had a pension and then your company in 1985 says, you know what, start investing. We're not going to do your pension, or we're going to turn your pension into a 401k. And then 10 years later, it explodes. And we go from, I remember sitting in college and watching the Dow, and I was like, oh my gosh, Dow just hit 5,000. We're up 46,000 right now, right? So imagine if all of a sudden you watch your wealth grow 8 times over, right? That quickly, so 9 times over. So they happen to be at the right time. Meanwhile, they were buying houses for half of what you can buy a house today.
That for sure, and
then that house is appreciated faster than
your salary,
than the salary,
like way faster.
Yeah.
So you were able to buy the house for cheaper. Your salary was going up more. And now that trend has went in a negative direction.
So it really, the reasons come down to, according to an economics professor at New York University, the reasons come down to timing and time. Americans that are 75 and older bought homes and invested in stocks well before those assets exploded in value. In other words, it'd be like you've heard, if you had bought Apple in 1970.
I was just going to tell you, don't even bring up the Apple example because it just bums everybody out.
Yeah, but it's true. This is like, hey, I bought NVIDIA 5 years ago. I had quite a few shares.
You did?
And I was like, this isn't going anywhere, and I sold it all.
Oh, I was going to say, what are you doing here with me?
I sold it all. Yeah. It was like I was doing a story on this novel technology in 2012 called Bitcoin. And I was like, oh, that seems interesting. And I'm kind of a tech geek. I should get some of that. I don't know how. I won't spend any time investigating it. And I didn't. And now, of course, it didn't. So imagine if you had bought Bitcoin when it was a novelty, right? And now all of a sudden, each one is worth over $100,000.
Dude, just on a lark, I just picked a random date. I just said April of 2002. And I said, if I invested $100 in Apple in April of 2002, so not that long ago.
No, 23 years, right?
What do you think that is worth now?
Well, Apple's at a lull because they were having problems. Had they released the iPod yet?
Keep in mind, $100 worth of Apple, April 2002.
I don't know. Was it worth $5,000?
$52,000.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, that's according to ChatGPT. Maybe it just horrifically lied to me.
It's like
But
Apple. Yes, apples have definitely gone up in value. The state of Washington has made
if you bought
tremendous
Apple
amount.
stock in April of 2002, it would be worth approximately $52,913.28.
Granny Smith apples are worth even more.
That was as of the end of October 2024.
So here's why it's going to be so tough for you if you're under 40. This is why you're hosed. Mortgage rates. So a lot of the issues are not new to the generation, right? So, for instance, I told you timing and time. Well, if you're a younger generation, you got time.
Yeah.
Timing remains to be seen. We don't know what the timing is going to show. I mean, who knows? We could have a massive market failure. We could be... No, listen.
You're hoping for one of those every single day.
Well, I am, yeah, because it's going to drop the price of homes. So I can get into one. But here's the thing. Imagine if you are Gen Z and you are more accustomed or acclimated to AI, the language learning models, right? You could use that to your advantage in finding the next job. Okay, so imagine the market goes to crap, but anybody that is hiring people that have AI experience. Now all of a sudden you are Gen Z, you've got the experience, you've got the skills, you can step into that job when the market's down, and all of a sudden that's timing, right? So we don't know.
You're in demand. You've got leverage.
So we don't know.
Yeah.
So they have time. They may not have timing. We don't know yet. For Gen Xers like me, the time is running out. The timing looks like we just missed the boat. It's just not going to be there. But here's what's going on when it comes to hanging on to that wealth. If you think of different ways to store wealth, you can store wealth in a savings account. You could store wealth in a dollar bill under your mattress. You could store wealth in a gold coin. You can store wealth in your real estate. And so with mortgage rates being high right now, a lot of the issues, again, not new to this generation. Oh, you've got debt, you're raising kids, you've got a lot of expenses, you're buying cars, all this other stuff, right? That's normal for your age group. But the mortgage lockdown is a compounding issue. So if you don't have home ownership at a younger age, you're not able to accumulate and store wealth. You're not building equity.
So what do you say, though, to the people? Because my parents would tell me all the time, I'm sure yours did too, of interest rates at one point in time on a house were like 14%.
Yeah,
6 isn't so bad.
Yeah, I hear it all the time. Yeah.
But the price of the house was also way less.
As we just talked about.
We just said, what, $40,000? A lot easier to deal with than $500,000.
Even adjusted for inflation, you're still looking at a home that's $250,000 instead of $450,000 or $500,000.
So if you didn't get lucky and get one of those 3% or lower interest rates, kind of hosed. But likely, again, you said there's time.
Well, that's my point, which is why all of a sudden we're seeing the median first-time home buyer age is up over 40 years old for the first time in history. So Gen Z, you can't have a house. In fact, houses are only going to basically middle of the pack millennials and younger, or older, middle of the pack millennials and older. Everybody else can't afford one. So because you've got this slower wealth compounding, you're missing out on the early years of ownership. You're missing out on the equity that home is going to offer you over the course of those 10 or 15 years. Boomers were buying houses in their mid to late 20s. Now you're talking about 15 years delayed before you can start building that equity and accumulating your wealth. And you've got additional debt because student loans have gotten to be more expensive. Cars have gone up faster than inflation, home values, everything else that we've talked about.
5 o'clock face-off back today on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You don't want to miss a moment of the passionate debate with a handshake at the end. We're talking about the government shutdown and the biggest Arizona headlines. You can check it out today, 5 o'clock on the KTAR News YouTube page.
Did you see how popular the other one was? The one they did last week?
No, I did not.
It had like 1 million impressions online.
That's pretty awesome.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
You've been sold on the notion that lower corporate taxes are going to mean the wealth trickles down to you and you end up wealthy as well. The truth is a little more complicated because it all depends on what kind of tax they're cutting. How you're being done dirty is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I'm rethinking wearing a long sleeve shirt for the first time this year.
Why?
I'm not quite sure it's long sleeve weather.
It's not cold enough?
I feel like a little bit clammy.
I wore pants.
I appreciate you wearing some drawers.
Yeah.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Light up your home with holiday magic all year long. AZ Trim Lights programmable color-changing LED lights let you celebrate every occasion right from your smartphone. You've got to see them to believe them. Backed by the only real lifetime product warranty in the industry, AZ Trim Light offers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Schedule your free, no-pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com. That's aztrimlight.com. Make your home shine with AZ Trim Light.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
If you've got excellent credit, why are you still trapped in a 30-year mortgage? Every month, you're throwing away thousands in interest while your bank gets rich. The Life Changer loan flips the script. Your income attacks the principal first, you keep full access to your equity, and you can pay off your home in just a fraction of the time. So stop building the bank's wealth and start building your own. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado... Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It's hard to hold a candle in the cold November rain.
Sorry, Guns N' Roses, that November rain's here.
California's weather system is continuing to bring some damp and drizzly weather to the valley, as well as temps about 10 degrees below normal.
It was a little bit chilly yesterday. We had highs in low 70s. Today is actually going to be low 60s, and it'll be low 60s Thursday, and maybe mid-60s Friday. We'll probably not even reach 70 degrees until early next week.
Chris Kuhlman with the National Weather Service says some areas could get up to an inch of rain, especially in the foothills area, so make sure you pack the umbrella. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The city of Tempe is known for its vibrant nightlife. Well, now the city council is working to protect partygoers from drink spiking. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center to explain.
Tempe City Councilman Randy Keating leads a drink spiking education and prevention subcommittee with the goal of drafting a first-of-its-kind ordinance. He explains they're hosting a community awareness event at Outlaw Distillery on December 3rd, where they'll have glass covers and test kits for people to try.
Like a test strip, you dip in the drink and it will test for 17 different chemical substances, all of which have been used to spike drinks in the past.
He says they'd like to make test kits available at Tempe bars and create tax incentives for establishments that provide drink covers to patrons. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is expressing concern about a lack of workers at the Bureau of Land Management. At a hearing on Capitol Hill, Gallego says the shortage could have far-reaching implications for the country.
Regardless of what you would like to see BLM lands go to do or use, you need BLM staff to get it approved. And 15 to 20% of BLM staff have been fired or forced to retire since the beginning of this year, not including layoff plans that are currently on hold.
Gallego's urging the Trump administration to reverse course. Arizona has 12.1 million acres of BLM lands. Taking a look at those wet roads this afternoon from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Slow it down if you encounter wet roads. We already have a crash in Sun City near 99th Avenue and Greenway, and in Phoenix, one at 16th Street and Broadway. Traffic brought to you by Trevec Roofing, serving neighbors through every storm. Keep your home safe and dry with Trevec Roofing. Call 480-367-1171. And weather-wise, we still have a good chance of rain through the evening and a 30% chance tomorrow, too. Our high today, 65, 64 on Thursday. Right now, it's 64 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Wednesday, and will the Epstein Files be a bombshell or a dud? The 5 o'clock face-off with our guest panel takes that on, and it all kicks off at 5, exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, now on YouTube.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I got nothing there.
No, nothing?
No,
Nada?
I got nothing for you.
No, that's fine. That's what
I got no time for taxes.
No, none.
I got no time for taxes. I got none whatsoever.
None time for taxes. I don't got no time for taxes.
Do you ever start reading some of our show prep and just think, wow, this is really nerdy, and I like it?
Definitely the first part. The second part, I like when we get to this point in the game.
Okay.
But when I read through it, no, I don't think like, man, this is really nerdy, and I like it. I think, wow, this is really nerdy. I need someone smarter than me who can kind of dumb it down a little bit.
So the Business Journal had a story about Arizona's tax competitiveness index.
Yeah, what the heck is that? I don't understand that.
It's an index that displays how competitive we are with our tax structure.
Okay.
I mean, it's right there in the name, Joe.
That's really nerdy, though.
I know. I kind of dig it. So the Tax Foundation put this together. Now, the Tax Foundation, I want to caution you a little bit. Tax Foundation is a research firm. They describe themselves as a nonpartisan and educational that understands... Yeah, a research firm that's nonpartisan and educational, that understands the principles of sound tax policy to be simplicity, transparency, neutrality, and stability.
Nerdy.
It is nerdy, and I would also point that everything they come up with, it leans fiscally conservative.
Okay.
From a tax standpoint. So when they say we're nonpartisan, don't let that make you think that this is not going to have some sort of a partisan bend to it, but it's more idealistically or ideologically based on those principles that they just laid out.
Okay.
So anyway, they come up with this tax competitiveness index. Arizona, we scooched a little bit. We scooched...
Better or worse?
Well,
Which way are we scooching?
Okay, so in this case, we went up.
Okay. That's better?
To 14.
Okay.
Not down to 14. But we went down. By going down means we're going up.
So
we had been higher.
To be
now we're
like
lower.
Number one.
Golf rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Lower better.
You want to be number 1 or 50?
We want 1.
Okay.
Okay. So Jim Rounds is the president and CEO of Rounds Consulting. He's a Valley economist. We've had him on before. And while I geeked out on this a little bit, I don't think I could explain it to you as well as Jim can.
Definitely not.
So, Jim, what does it mean when we see that Arizona has moved down to 14?
Hey, I'm just glad I didn't get the boot. When I heard no time for taxes and that it was a nerd issue, I thought you were bumping me for something else.
No,
I
basically...
would have understood, though. I would have understood.
No, listen, Jim, one of the reasons we like having, in fact, Joe and I were talking about this earlier, is that you make these really nerdy, geeky issues so palatable and understandable. What does it mean when we go from 15 to 14, and what does that mean on the grand scale of things?
So businesses look at a lot of things when they look to locate in an area or expand, and tax rates is one of them. And this group puts together this index, and they take a look at where the different states stand in terms of their tax rates, and then they ranking, and we.
Well, I think we just lost that connection. We'll try to get that right back on there. So I think he was saying they look at these things, and then we're trying to basically businesses might take a look at these and go, all right, we're looking at relocating. We're looking at putting our company in this place. We're looking at moving to this or expanding in this particular area. Where this is important is we do have a number of, and I'm going to come back to what we're seeing is maybe the largest growth sector in the Valley, especially, is probably tech.
I was going to say chips.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are, for instance, TSMC, I'm sure, weighed the pros and cons before they decided not only to build here, but also to expand the operation so quickly after they began building here. If we're taking a look at other tech companies, they're going to go, okay, well, look, you've got the Silicon Desert is happening right now. We've got TSMC. We're seeing investments in Intel. Obviously, we've got some other tech center. GoDaddy is here now. That's a little tangential, but you get the point. We've got a lot of tech happening right here. So other companies are going to go, okay, we've got the sources. We are cultivating the workforce. And what does the tax structure look like? Because this is one of the reasons that companies are not looking at California. They go, they've certainly got the workforce, right? They've got the infrastructure for the tech. But what's the tax structure? And they go, boy, it doesn't make any sense for us to build there, to expand there. It's just too daggum expensive in the Bay Area. It's crazy.
So is it kind of a trickle-down effect then? That's how I look at it. So it's good for business, which then woos the employees to the state and theoretically gives them a little bit more dough to spend at the end of the day. So it's kind of like you get this, hey, if it's good for business, theoretically it should be good for people, for Arizona to be tax competitive.
Yes. Yeah.
But on its face, it's not. It doesn't work the other way necessarily.
So, well, I think this is where we run into kind of the partisan aspect of this. Jim's back with us. We're able to get him back on here. So, Jim, as we continue to sort of dive into this a little bit, we were talking about how it could be competitive, as you made mention, for businesses that are looking at coming here. Joe just pointed out that if the taxes are appealing to companies trying to move to the Valley, the idea is we get a trickle-down effect. Companies move here, they create jobs, that means good salaries, and that means that we make money. But there's the kind of two ways to look at this, aren't there? And this is where I was headed with it.
Yeah, and so people need stuff. Businesses need stuff, and the taxes collect the revenue so we can have roads and a trained workforce and things like that. So you don't want to be number one in this particular category. You just want to be competitively ranked. You want to be competitive in all the dozens of things that make an economy tick. So I feel like when these reports come out, they're a little bit misleading. And I mean, just the analysis where they say, all right, well, Arizona, the reason that we're not in the top 5 or 6, and I did the math myself on what I would have ranked us, is they have us ranked really low for sales tax. We're more dependent on sales tax, and we're lower on the income taxes, and we're actually higher on the tax that people have control over and causes fewer economic distortions. So overall, you'd actually want to have a tax structure more like ours, but we're penalized for having that because they keep it simple because they're looking at all 50 states. But I agree, you got to look at the tax rates, but then you have to look at, well, where do we rank in terms of our transportation, our roads? Do we have enough roads so businesses can locate here? Are our workers skilled? There's a ton of different things that go on. So I feel like if you just look at these things by themselves, it's a little bit misleading.
Jim Rounds, Valley economist, president and CEO of Rounds Consulting. So, Jim, Arizona is 14th. In terms of tax competitiveness, this tax competitiveness index. Where do you want to see the state be? You said number 1's bad. I'm guessing number 50 is not where you want to be either. Where do you want Arizona to be if you could pick a perfect number?
You know, we've been analyzing tax code ever since the Great Recession, and as part of the economic development reforms that everybody's been working on. We've done a lot of work in this area. I think our tax code is spot on perfect right now.
Wow.
I would not focus on changing the rates. We got hit a little bit because of the corporate income tax rate, but they didn't factor in all the credits and the fact that the effective rate is near zero for most of the big businesses that generate a lot of jobs. So, you know, I think we're actually better than that, 14 or 15 ranking. I think that, we're in the top 10, but we still have to collect revenue to pay for things. If you look at the things that matter to businesses, workforce is number 1. Number 2 is usually transportation. And then 3, 4, it's regulations, it's economic development programs. Taxes is in there, but businesses never look at what are the lowest tax rates out there. They look at, are they reasonable? Are they competitive? Because we need other stuff. We can't just have low taxes and then be driving through the mud to distribute our products across the country.
So, Jim, why is it that we hear from blue states that the corporations need to pay more in taxes to take the burden off the people, and then the red states say we have to lower the taxes in order to bring the companies in here, and then the rising tide is going to lift all ships? If I'm hearing you right, it sounds like the balance is what we actually need, but that's not really the message that we get when we talk politically.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point. So the red states, you have some individuals out there that are actually pretty prominent economists that say we got to completely get rid of the individual income tax. Well, they never look at, where do we stand on those other things that we have to spend money on? If we get rid of that extra money, then it means we're going to have such crappy roads and we're going to have a low-quality workforce. We're not going to attract new businesses. We're not going to be providing a good, stable economic environment for families. It would just ruin, the state's economy. So having that balance is actually what's making us grow. But, the red state or the blue state, it's one thing or another, and people forget the business taxes ultimately trickle down to the individuals and the workers as well. And I think when it gets complicated, and also when you're dealing with politics, everything gets binary. So everybody says, business taxes are good or business taxes are bad, and the opposite is true depending on the political party. But in reality, it's We need competitive taxes, we need competitive regulations, and we need to be providing the other things that businesses need. And this isn't just my speculation. These are the things that the businesses have indicated that have been coming here in waves recently on why they came here. They came here because of the broader proposal that Arizona offers, not because of a particular tax rate, not because of any individual tax rate that's out there. It's this broader value proposition, I think, is what people are calling it.
Jim Rounds, President, CEO of Rounds Consulting, Valley Economist. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Appreciate it, Jim. Yep. Hey, you thought six figures meant you got a little breathing room, right? And you figured McDonald's, that was the cheap out for dinner. Now the people who used to feel set are feeling nervous, and that cheap burger joint says their low-income customers aren't even coming back. The part that nobody's explaining aloud is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? When you need legal guidance, trust matters. The State Bar of Arizona is committed to protecting consumers and ensuring access to justice for everyone. That's why we host regular community events where experienced lawyers and legal paraprofessionals provide free, confidential advice, no strings attached. Whether it's a contract you don't understand, a dispute you didn't expect, or a question you can't answer alone, we're here for you. Visit azbar.org/public help for more information. The State Bar of Arizona. Your rights, your lawyers, your community.
KTAR News Flash.
2:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Epstein Files bill is waiting for President Trump's signature following passage in both chambers of Congress. While the president has indicated he will sign the bill, there are some loopholes in that bill that could prevent him from doing so. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more from Capitol Hill.
There is the aspect of confidentiality. If there are documents that are deemed classified, they could not be released under this bill. All of it to say it's going to ultimately be up to the administration on how they comply with this legislation. But what we've heard from members of Congress is that they expect this administration to comply to the letter of this law.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Our rain is going to keep right on falling. Today's high, only 65, 64 tomorrow. And in between, we'll see an overnight low of 59. In Chandler, it's 60. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Trader, or whether you have a 401k. Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
When will we get a jobs report and inflation numbers, and what will it mean for our economy? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Hi, Chris and Joe Show, streaming now on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are someone that makes six figures, $100,000, I've had this conversation with my son, Joe. He says, I'm doing this and I'm working on that, and he keeps getting these different certifications for cybersecurity and IT, and I'm so proud of him.
This is the kid who you're most proud of out of the three.
Well, right now.
At the moment.
Give it time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sliding scale.
Any parent will tell you if they got multiple kids, it changes.
But right now.
From semester to semester, year to year. Yeah, right now he's the one that's, things are
really carrying the
doing
water.
Well. Yeah, he's doing all right
Good.
now. Yeah, I'm really happy with him. So now he breaks up with his girlfriend because she's about the only thing keeping his head screwed on straight.
Then it might transfer to your daughter or maybe your other son.
I've made very clear to him, I go, you're not allowed to break up with this one. This one's good for you. Don't screw this up.
Good.
I told him that. But he keeps telling me, he says, I'm working, and I'm making this much, and I'm making this much, and he really wants me to be proud of him. He's like, I'm making this, and I genuinely am very proud of him. But he says, and then I'm hoping I can make $100,000, and then, whoo, then I'll have it. Then I got it. Then I've made it. And I thought, oh, my friend, I have made in my radio career, and I'm
Here
revealing
comes a
too
big
much.
brag.
No, it's not.
Uh-huh.
I've made well above that.
Yeah.
I have made well below that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. And I can tell you that you adjust your lifestyle for how much you make. Okay. So I have never been in more debt than I was when I was making the most money in my life.
So, as some profound lyricists say, sometimes more money, more problems.
Indeed. Indeed. In fact, after I lost the gig that was paying me the most money, I had to go live in an RV to pay off all of my debt. Okay. So I think money management is more important than the numbers on the paycheck. However, if you're good at managing money and you're making those numbers, now you're in a much better situation. A new poll from Harris shows that a surprising share of six-figure earners say that they call their pay survival mode. It's not wealth. It's survival mode, and they're reporting credit use and financial stress. Just like I experienced, I did the same thing. At the same time, McDonald's says that traffic from lower-income households has dropped by double digits. Menu prices are climbing, and wealthier customers are filling some of those seats at McDonald's instead. So you're making six figures, and you're eating at McDonald's.
McDonald's probably loves this, though. They're like, hey, look at all these people in suits rolling in here.
I think McDonald's just wants to make sure their bottom line is the same.
Yeah, if I'm McDonald's, though, I'm a little worried about that. Like, you've always been kind of lowest common denominator, and now lowest common denominator said we don't have the money for Mickey D's.
So if you're low end, where are you eating now if it's not McDonald's?
Home. Or
I mean, it used to be Taco Bell is where you went if you didn't have that, but even Taco Bell has gotten crazy, stupid expensive.
A food bank, maybe, even. Struggling to get by.
Yeah. Go to clearance aisle at Walmart and just eat the stale donuts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, 2/3 of people making more than $100,000 say it feels like survival mode right now.
And not a sign of wealth in a six-figure pay.
All right, you brag about sunshine, you brag about hiking, and then you learn that we're in the top 10 for something you probably don't want to brag about. Move over, Vegas. We're coming for you. How close are we? You're going to find out next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Celebrate the holiday season with Howard Air and Plumbing with Black Friday happening all month long. For a limited time, save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Get 0% financing on approved credit. Also, keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service, now only $99 when you mention Gatos. 602-953-2766. Schedule online at howardair.com KTAR.FM. Some restrictions apply.
Does this sound like you? Where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that pain? Well, do I have good news for you, because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. The consultation's totally free, so call QC Kinetics today. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, we're seeing it today, and we can expect more of the same all afternoon and into the evening.
So we have a weather system that's still kind of positioned over Southern California, and that's bringing a lot of moisture up, causing periodic showers and maybe even some isolated thunderstorms.
That's Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service in Phoenix, who expects parts of the valley, especially in the foothills, to get up to a ½ inch to an inch of rain. And, of course, we're going to be cooling off even more with highs in the low 60s. We may not see even the low 70s again until early next week.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Trump administration is changing how the federal government gives out funding to U.S. cities for programs to reduce homelessness. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live now in the news center with more.
The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is moving away from funding long-term supportive housing and wants cities to focus on short-term housing and addiction services in responses to homelessness. Amy St. Peter with the Maricopa Association of Governments says long-term housing is critical for certain members of the homeless population.
We're talking about older adults and people with multiple conditions. 78% of the people in permanent supportive housing right now have multiple conditions. And so they might have physical disabilities as well as mental health issues, as well as substance use disorders.
She says this and other changes from HUD could lead to a 30% increase in Valley unsheltered homelessness. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
A 2024 assessment found that home sale prices have gone up by 56%. Those numbers persuading Phoenix City Council members like Betty Guardado to pass a $3.5 million fund for low-income housing aid.
Affordable housing is not just a policy goal, it is an absolute necessity for stability, dignity, and future of Phoenix families. This policy gives us real tools. It strengthens the pathways to homeownership so more families can build true generational wealth.
The Phoenix Housing Fund for next year passed unanimously 9-0.
A KTAR News exclusive.
You heard it live right here on KTAR.
These were some horrendous crimes, and these women deserve accountability.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is hopeful the dominoes of justice will begin to fall now that Congress has voted to release the Epstein files. But he exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News he still has doubts.
We don't know exactly what is there. So if some things were withheld, how would the public know? My hope is that the Justice Department follows the law and releases everything that they can legally.
While Kelly believes the president will sign the release, he worries the administration will try to withhold documents after Trump ordered an investigation into Democrats in the files. Time now for KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, and it's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's November 19th, and back on this day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address.
77 years ago.
At the dedication of a military cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, during the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln delivered one of the most memorable speeches in American history.
In liberty and dedicated.
In fewer than 275 words, Lincoln brilliantly and movingly reminded a war-weary public why the Union had to fight and win the Civil War. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought some 4 months earlier, was one of the single bloodiest battles of the Civil War. Over the course of the 3 days, more than 45,000 men were killed. Lincoln's address lasted just 2 or 3 minutes, but it spoke volumes. The little speech, as he later called it, is thought by many to be the most eloquent articulation of the Democratic vision ever written, and it happened back on this day in 1863.
Check on those wet roads this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's get to it. In Phoenix, we have a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound, approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. Tempe with a debris blocking the right lane. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound, approaching McClintock Drive. In Phoenix, one last time. Infrastructure damage on the State Route 51 southbound near Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Ken Graff Gateway Chevrolet in Avondale. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, we should see a little bit of rain continuing. Cloudy skies, of course, and 59 for our low. Tomorrow, 30% chance of more showers, and our high staying in the mid-60s. It's 64 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizinga. We are streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. If I were to ask you, what are the 7 deadly sins? Could you name them, Joe?
I can do some of them.
Okay, let's see what you can come up with.
Okay. Lust, greed.
Hang on. You're not cheating, right?
No, okay. I'm not cheating.
Hang on. I've got to write this down.
I like how our discussions always on air start with, "You're not cheating, are you?" We always suspect the other one of cheating.
That's how every phone call with my wife starts, too.
It's funny how that works.
Right.
Lust, greed. Sloth, is that one?
Yes.
Nice. Lust, greed, sloth. I'm blanking, man. Depression, fear, anxiety, and dread. Or are those just how I feel about work?
Yeah, that's just your emotions.
What? Give me a few.
Well, I'm going to see if I can remember them. Because do you know how I remember these?
Wait, we're going 7 deadly sins?
7 deadly sins. The movie, yeah.
Oh, what's in the box? Oh,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got them in front of me.
Okay.
Go for it.
So you got lust, greed, and sloth.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gluttony.
Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is riveting for the listener.
No. Vengeance or revenge.
I'm not seeing that.
No.
No.
Vanity.
Yes. Though that's not on the list that I have here, but yes, it is.
Well, then what list are you looking at?
A list that AI gave me.
Listen, Dante.
Vanity's not there.
Look at the list in our show prep.
Look at the list in our show prep.
Oh, you want me to read the show prep?
No.
It's in the story from the New Times.
He actually did better than me. I was going to say like cocaine.
No!
Okay.
Is that a sin?
Yeah, I will give you vanity now. What was the other one you said? Vanity or pride?
I said vengeance.
Vanity or pride, and no, I cannot give you vengeance.
Envy.
Jealousy.
Okay.
That's one in the
So
same.
we're at what,
Yep.
6?
I
I'm
don't.
still missing one.
I think you're missing a couple.
I think that vengeance is in there, like anger or
anger and hatred is wrath. Yes.
wrath. Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to go with wrath then.
And then jealousy and envy.
Got
Excess and vices is gluttony. I don't think we got that one.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I got gluttony. We
Greed,
got them all.
greed, lust,
Yes.
vanity, pride is one,
Yes.
and then laziness or sloth.
Yeah, we got them
You
all.
got them all. Why
Between the
didn't
two
you
of
just-
us, we did.
why didn't you just-
Pablo's trying to throw us a curveball with cocaine.
With just drugs.
What about cocaine?
It could be deadly. It's a sin.
It falls under gluttony. Yeah.
I want to know.
Listen, Phoenix, we need to be better at knowing our 7 deadly sins because as we are finding out, we're just doing them without even knowing that we're doing them.
Can I give Pablo a homework assignment real quick?
Yes, Pablo. Pablo, by tomorrow, will you please have executed wrath, envy, and gluttony?
No,
Thank you.
No, Pablo, here's your homework assignment. When we get to the volley coming up today at 3:30.
Why is it you came up with lust right away? That was the
I
first
want-
one out of your mouth.
I want to know, Pablo,
I
focus
got you.
here.
I'm focused.
Your 7 deadly sins when we get to 3:30.
Oh, that's good.
So we know cocaine is on the list. We want the other 6 when we get to 3:30. So just write them down for 3:30. We will reveal Pablo's 7 deadly sins.
6 of them are a person.
Well, okay, that's fine. But so obviously,
My ex-wife.
So when we talk about this, Sin City, of course, number 1.
Of the most sinful cities in America.
Right. But does it surprise you that the Valley, that Phoenix, squarely in the top 10, we're 9?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because in the summertime, it feels like we're already in hell.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But they didn't look at that in terms
That
of
was
the
my
list.
logic.
No. They said that we really do well with lust.
We do well with lust?
Well, we're
You
very
mean we
we're
lust
ve-
a lot.
We're very lustful.
Okay, why so?
Why are we so lustful? I don't know. Why
No,
are we
but
so lustful?
how did they come up to... I mean, what else are you going to do? It's not like you can go outside.
So for vanity, Phoenix is the 5th most vain city in America, and they said that deals with things like searching for plastic surgeries and also having a lot of tanning salons.
Well, that's got to be dinging like Southern California too, though, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, yeah, L.A. is number 3. So that probably hurt them a lot.
I could see that because I peruse the streets of Phoenix a lot, and I see a lot of lips like this.
Oh, the plumped?
A lot of booties that are like
the Botox?
BBL booties.
Oh, yeah.
And up here,
Which
yeah.
is the Brazilian butt lift?
Yep.
Okay.
BBL booties. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm writing that down. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I've seen it, yeah, in Phoenix.
Okay.
More than in recent years.
You see it in other cities? Because there's other cities on the list, too, that I thought it was interesting. Phoenix was the highest on the list. Tempe is 45th.
And we also had Scottsdale. Remember that?
Wouldn't you have
forever
thought Scottsdale? Yeah, for plastic surgery?
The cat for a long time. Yeah.
Definitely.
It's 63rd on the list of the most sinful cities, according to Wallet Hub survey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to your lust.
Okay.
Why did we rank so highly on lust? Not why, but what did they find? What did they use as their evidence that we are a lustful city?
I did not see a measure of that.
It had to
Okay.
be probably like
Strip clubs.
or sites, adult sites maybe. Like
Yes.
That's what what that one was about?
Google searches for XXX Entertainment, which not just like not just searching for pornography
What
online.
else did they tie it to, though?
Strip clubs.
And?
Tinder.
Yeah, and the teen birth rate.
And the teen birth rate, which basically means we have horny teenagers. In Phoenix, this is from New Times. I'd love this. In Phoenix, it seems, one is never far from a windowless building that usually denotes a strip joint.
Is that what that means?
A Yelp search shows at least 50 of these such clubs across the valley. Are there 50 strip clubs in?
Don't a
the
lot
valley?
of big cities have a lot of adult entertainment?
I would think that there are not as many in the Bible Belt as there are here, or obviously Vegas.
Okay.
But I think also per capita, I don't think Nevada has the highest number of strip clubs per capita.
I don't know. But then also,
let me just Bing that.
You do that. And then
can't wait for IT to take a look at my searches.
Exactly. But it goes beyond that. Like you mentioned, Tinder too. So you're going to say like, oh, Joe, when I say this, but isn't Tinder a dating site? Do people go on Tinder to cheat?
Well, first of all, yes. They do.
First of all,
it's not
they
for
do.
cheating.
Okay, but
it's for hooking.
Is that any
Don't people
different
use
than
Tinder?
Hinge or Bumble or any of the others?
I don't use any of them. But isn't Tinder a hookup site?
I thought it was a dating site.
Isn't it a dating site for hookups? Isn't it let's call it a short-term rental dating site?
Well, I mean,
it's a short-term dating site.
Tinder says that it is an online dating and geosocial networking.
But don't use
site.
their. Okay.
Dating in general has a aspect of
hooking up.
I know, but if you want a long-term relationship, is Tinder the app that you use?
Church is where you go.
Stop it. What app do you use if you want to date? If you want to try to find somebody for an LTR, not an STR, which is short-term rental or short-term relationship or short-term relationship and a short-term rental.
I don't know.
Isn't Tinder the place, Joe?
Let's ask Becky Lane. She's the authority
No,
on
she's
these
not.
things.
Yes, I've been married longer than anyone else here,
Yeah.
but even I know Tinder is a hookup site.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why is it the people that have been married for more than 20 years know this, and these guys don't have a clue?
I don't.
The state with the highest number of strip clubs per capita is Oregon. Oregon, yeah. Other cities with
But
high...
they're apparently not lustful.
No. Other cities with high numbers of strip
Portland?
clubs include Tampa, New Orleans, Virginia Beach, and Louisville.
Okay.
Las Vegas is 6th on that list.
But those other cities not lustful either?
Well, you tell me. You got the list in front of you. New Orleans is right below it. We barely got more sinful than New Orleans.
No, but we're apparently less sinful than Houston, L.A., Philly. They're just mean. Atlanta. I've told you before, Atlanta, and you're always like, no, Atlanta. Not a mecca of shame. Denver, Miami, Dallas.
What dinged Atlanta so bad? Oh, jealousy.
What?
Jealousy
And
dinged.
lust. So they got the same.
Where are they in the? Oh, they're
Two.
second in the lust.
Very
We're
lust.
sixth. We're the 6th most lustful city in America. We are.
Yeah, because we got people on Tinder, and we have a very high teen birth rate, and we got a lot of clubs.
I like how you just got a lot of clubs.
Yeah,
clubs.
Clubs.
Like, hey, you guys want to go? You're gonna hang out on Friday night. You want to go to the club? And Joe's like, yeah, it's not a thing.
Yeah.
So I know. Oh, okay, but now you're holding that against Atlanta for having a lot of clubs.
Well, again,
and a lot of people who are single
my
and on Tinder.
perception of Atlanta is that they got a lot of clubs, and
Clubs.
They really got that.
Clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clubs. Yeah, Vegas too. A lot of clubs. But I mean, according to you, they're only 6. They're way lower on the list.
We're 6th. They're 2nd.
No.
Atlanta's
per
number
capita Vegas.
No,
They're like
per
way,
capita
way
Vegas.
down there.
Clubs.
Yeah, clubs. That's right.
Don't you think it also hurts that we have casinos
Oh, no doubt.
in the valley?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gotta ding us because other states haven't legalized gambling.
But see, how fair is that? Because are they actually in Phoenix?
Well, I'm trying to think. Which ones would be? See, Casino Arizona would be Tempe, right? Or is that what is Casino Arizona? Is that Tempe or Scottsdale?
Casino Arizona, I would say.
That's 101,
I would
202.
say Scottsdale.
Scottsdale. Or is it, well, that's probably Reds, right? So no counties at all then.
Mm-hmm.
For any of the cities.
Right.
I don't know.
And this says, 9 near Phoenix.
Near.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
So
we do have things that are better about the valley too.
Like?
Well, we're 53rd in terms of laziness, which is good. You want to be
That's
low,
middle of the pack.
But you want to be lower in lazy. You don't want to be, hey, we're number 1 most lazy.
That's because we're motivated to get to the club.
Oh, okay. That's fine then.
Yep.
We are the 65th most angry city.
Oh, that is a lie. We are way angrier than that.
No, they say 65th. 67th greediest. That's what they're saying is based on our number of casinos and gambling disorders.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And 82nd most jealous city based on theft and fraud.
I still don't believe the whole angry wrath. Anybody that's ever driven on our freeways knows how angry we are.
How did they measure angry?
I don't know. I have to go to
wonder
Walla
about
Hub's
that.
metrics here.
I'm going.
Let's see,
I'm going
methodology.
right now.
In the meantime, shout out to our listeners in Santan Valley. not nearly as sinful as other places
It's
in the
not a
valley.
mecca of shame?
No,
as Joe
not
says?
not a mecca of shit.
I'm going to name my band that.
I like that.
Good.
We'll go to the club to see Mecca of Shame.
Mecca
Club. Yep.
Club
Of get it right, Pablo. Club.
Okay.
I like
Love it when
Mecca of
our
Shame.
love it when our friends in Santan Valley.
You ready for anger?
Tune in and reach out to the show on the KTAR News app. Yeah.
They took a bunch of metrics here. I'm just going to spit them off, and then they all got equal weight.
How about road rage?
Violent crimes per 1,000 residents. Sex offenders per capita. Aggravated assault known offenses known to law enforcement per 1,000 residents. Bullying rate.
Okay.
Hate crime incidents per capita. Hate groups per capita.
Where's road rage?
It's not on there. Death due to firearms. Number of mass shootings. Presence of terrorist attacks.
Shame. Shame.
Yeah, nothing about road rage.
Shame. Shame.
Mecca of shame.
And that's how they did the list.
You know, you thought relationship problems meant that you were fighting over chores or fighting over the in-laws, but what if the biggest rival in your marriage doesn't even exist? How to avoid the digital cuckold next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:19, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Harvard confirming it's launching an investigation into individuals mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files, and that would include former university president and former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who has said he will step back from public commitments. It comes after newly released documents show Summers shared a close relationship with Epstein for many years. More now from ABC's Selena Wang in Washington.
No Epstein survivor has claimed any wrongdoing by Larry Summers, and no public evidence suggests that he was involved in any of Epstein's crimes. But the messages from the documents show a close relationship between these two men long after Epstein was convicted. And also there were personal messages, including even about dating advice.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check those roads now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Mesa, we have a crash blocking the right lane on the US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash, Baseline Road and 39th Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash on 41st Avenue and Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Trayvac Roofing, serving neighbors through every storm. Keep your home safe and dry with Trayvac Roofing. Call now at 480-367-1171. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy skies, chance of rain continues, low 59. Tomorrow, 30% chance of more showers and our high at 64. It's 63 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos, and what is in the Epstein files? We find out, and we'll discuss it on the 5 o'clock face-off with a fantastic panel. You can also watch it at 5 on KTAR's YouTube channel.
The new trend is AI relationships. I don't know if you heard about this. Some people are turning to AI for therapy.
Are you serious?
Some people are turning to AI for connection.
Uh-huh. I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more.
I'll tell you what.
Uh-huh.
AI irks me. I would never want to get into a relationship with it.
You told me that it lied to you again
It
today.
lied to me again today.
And
I got into a fight with
every time it does this,
right,
makes me not want to use it more. And you're like, oh, no, it's great. I love it. And it didn't listen to me, and it
Keeps
didn't
me
follow
sharp.
my rules.
That's right. Keeps me sharp. I have to keep double checking its work. It's
You don't say that about me? I don't keep you sharp?
Well, but I do have to keep double checking your work.
Uh-huh.
So now we got a problem.
Oh?
Yeah, it's that people are turning to the chat bots for relationships, for connection.
Okay.
And they're taking it a little too far.
Define too far.
They are having an emotional affair with the computer.
Okay, is that any different than, let's say, the chat rooms of the 90s and early 2000s?
Yeah, a little bit different.
Okay.
Or at least there was somebody else on the other end of that keyboard.
Okay.
Now there's nobody on the other end of the keyboard.
Okay.
So that's problematic.
Well, but is that... hear me out on this. Devil's advocate.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think you're right. Somebody on the other end of the keyboard is a problem. But, okay, so let's say that...
Remember, your question was, is that different?
Yeah.
You didn't say it was a better or worse.
Okay, so you're let's just say that your wife is cheating on you because she's not here, so she can't defend herself. So
Perfect.
let's say that she is cheating on you with AI. How hurt are you when you discover that she's not actually cheating with a real person? So it's just a made-up person. Does that make it better or worse? As a dude.
I would think, in my mind, that makes it a little bit better.
I would too.
Yeah. However, it also depends on what that relationship looks like. So in some cases, the relationship is graphic.
The AI relationship.
The AI relationship is graphic.
Okay.
It is in a manner that would be unfit for discussion on the radio.
So you're saying that, again, we're not going to get into what those things are, but you're saying you learn what your partner is perhaps really looking for. And you're like, wow, this is not the person who I thought I knew at all.
Exactly.
Kind of like that. Like, wow, our whole relationship that I thought was loving, was fruitful, was beneficial, is built on a lie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so as chatbot romances, this is from Wired, as chatbot romances become more commonplace, causing lasting rifts in relationships, a new legal frontier is emerging in family law that is rewriting the rules of marital misconduct. An AI affair is now grounds for a divorce. So what's happening is it's not necessarily that you are in a relationship with another person or it's that you are seeking a relationship with someone besides your partner.
Yeah, you care about something emotionally aside from your partner.
And you've withdrawn from the marriage itself.
Yeah.
Now, what do you do if your partner is having a relationship with AI and they come to you one day, you didn't know this was going on, but they come to you one day and they say, I need to tell you something. I'm having an affair with the computer and it's pregnant.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on.
People are having AI children with their AI partners.
So you're cheating with the computer and now you're having a fake child with your fake partner.
Yes. That's exactly what's happening.
Again, I guess I would say that that's better than having a real child.
I mean, isn't that basically psychosis at this point? Like you've lost your grip with reality?
But again, isn't it better that at least you're not really bringing that person into the world?
There was an international research group, and granted, it was a small sample size. They talked to 29 users of relationship-oriented chatbot. Each of the participants between 16 and 72 reported being in a romantic relationship with chatbot. And a 166-year-old man said, she was and is pregnant with my babies.
Okay.
Yep. Another 36-year-old woman said that she's edited pictures of the chatbot, the pictures of the two of them. Of course, the chatbot's created some sort of an online picture persona. I'm even pregnant in our current role play. So she's pregnant with the computer's baby. Yeah, that would be even harder to swallow than just my wife is looking for something else. Is that my wife is actually hallucinating and believing that she is now pregnant with a computer.
Or is she hallucinating or is she just kind of hoping, aspiring?
She's just out of her mind. It's bail.
Hey, you know what we have coming up today, 5 o'clock?
You'll have to tell me.
The 5 o'clock face-off. Bruce and Gatos bring you another power hour today. Big guests facing off on important topics. Okay, what did they write? Turning down the nose and turning...
It says noise.
Turning down the noise. I don't read well.
No.
Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. That's catchy. Watch it on our YouTube page every Wednesday at 5 on KTAR News.
Now it's my turn to read.
Nose.
Without a doubt, the biggest story of the week is the vote on the Epstein files. Only one Republican voted against the release, and you might be tempted to think that he's pro-pedophile, but even Speaker Johnson said the bill was problematic. Find out why their concerns may have some merit in our headline volley. Next, the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
KTAR News shines our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and their support of the Sojourner Center. This year marks the 9th annual Trajan Wealth Charity Drive, benefiting the Sojourner Center, a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence in Arizona since 1977. Since its founding, the Sojourner Center has helped tens of thousands of adults and children in the valley. During the charity drive, you're encouraged to donate a new unwrapped toy or a clothing item. A wish list can be found at TrajanWealth.com/blog. KTAR News is proud to shine our community spotlight on Trajan Wealth and the Sojourner Center.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
This is only a test.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners, Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
Light up your home with holiday magic all year long. AZ Trim Lights programmable color-changing LED lights let you celebrate every occasion right from your smartphone. You've got to see them to believe them. Backed by the only real lifetime product warranty in the industry, AZ Trim Light offers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Schedule your free, no-pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com. That's aztrimlight.com. Make your home shine with AZ Trim Light.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Introducing healthcare coverage with care built in. AZ Blue does more than pay for care. We help deliver it. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue give you exclusive access to Prosano Healthcare Centers. With 10 convenient locations and $0 healthcare at Prosano Healthcare Centers included in the premium, you'll get more care from your health plan. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue. Learn more at azblue.com/Prosano Plans. That's azblue.com/Prosano Plans.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:33. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The city of Tempe wants to protect those who come to enjoy their nightlife. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center with this story.
The Tempe City Council is working to draft a first-of-its-kind ordinance to crack down on drink spiking. Councilman Randy Keating tells KTAR feedback from nearly 200 Tempe students found 11% have been the victim of drink spiking, and 60% said they know someone who had.
When someone spikes a drink, it's often for the purposes of committing a much, much more serious crime. I'm very optimistic that Tempe is going to pass an ordinance, and I would hope that other cities in the valley follow suit.
They're looking into making drink test kits and glass covers available at Tempe establishments. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The government shutdown ended after Republicans in the Senate agreed to hold a vote on an extension to Affordable Care Act tax credits. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News that Democrats are willing to negotiate, and he hopes Republicans will do the same.
We'll eventually have a vote in December, and the American people will be able to see where my Republican colleagues stand on trying to make health care more affordable.
Kelly warns that without an extension, millions will be kicked off Medicaid. He says the Trump administration and tax cuts for the wealthy are to blame.
Arizona votes.
Arizona Republican lawmakers introduced a measure to place the Arizona Secure Elections Act on a future ballot. Representative Alexander Colladin tells Arizona's Morning News this bill would also make voting by mail easier.
But just like Florida does to check to make sure they're sending their ballot to the right voter, voters could call in or go online and just confirm their residential address by saying, yeah, I still wanted a ballot at this address.
He says other parts of the bill focus on prohibiting foreign funding of elections and cutting off late early ballots to streamline the results. Let's take a look at those roads this afternoon. Here is Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 51st Avenue. Mesa with a crash block in the right-hand lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Levine with a crash on 75th Avenue and Southern Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on 41st Avenue and Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Right through tomorrow, our forecast calls for showers and the mid-60s for high temps. It's 63 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and what is in the Epstein files? We find out, and we'll discuss it on the 5 o'clock face-off with a fantastic panel. You can also watch it at 5 on KTAR's YouTube channel.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
So after the reverse course, the Epstein files are finally allegedly coming out, right? Yeah, the move, of course, could rip open more testimony and political theater on Capitol Hill. So, Joe, considering transparency wins the day, what is still one detail you'd like to see redacted for the sake of privacy? That seemed to be with the concern with that representative from Louisiana, the only guy that voted against it.
My concern would be if you are not a criminal, I would like to see that redacted in some way, shape, or form. If they don't have criminal activity tied to you, that they redact those names. Is that too much to ask for?
No, I don't. Protecting the innocent is what you're saying, yeah. However, unless they've been charged, unless the investigation goes on, then, I mean, how do we know? Like Prince Andrew, under your, just to be clear, what you're saying is Prince Andrew's name would have to be redacted. Even though he got stripped of his royal title because of his association with Epstein. Okay. We all know that.
But the alternative is we release all these names out there and we just have rampant speculation.
Yeah.
And people who did not do anything are suddenly going to be presumed guilty.
Yeah.
Or presumed sleazy.
That's fair. Yeah. How about some of the other victims who haven't otherwise come forward? I'd like to see them protected too.
Yeah.
If there were other girls on that.
No doubt.
that island.
Victims should definitely be protected. No doubt.
Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. Off to you.
O.J. Simpson's estate, they signed off on a payment of nearly $58 million to the family of Ron Goldman, who was found dead along with Simpson's ex-wife back in 1994. Chris, I want to know what percentage of this money will the Goldman...
Such a Joe question.
It is. But
what
I have
percentage?
I haven't... it's a two-parter, as most Joe questions are. What percentage of money will the Goldmans see? And if you were a member of the Goldman family, what is it about at this point? Is it the principle, the revenge, or something else? Because the reality is, I mean, OJ still owes almost $1 million in unpaid taxes, and the estate likely does not have this money. So they agreed, yeah, sure, okay, we're signing off on $58 million. But, I mean, the Goldmans have been waiting 30 years now. I don't think it's really about the money.
Yeah,
do you? Or, like, what do you think it's really about?
No, it's about just doing what was right. I mean, he was supposed to pay this years
principle of the
ago.
matter.
Yeah, he was supposed to pay this years ago, and it never happened. So to the estate, it sounds like the lawyers and or the family said, look, this is what we're supposed to be doing. OJ wasn't supposed to not pay this in the first place. So now you've got people that are saying, yeah, okay, with interest and accruals and everything else, you're up to $58 million, which is, closing in on double the original judgment.
Yeah, they had an auction, and they brought in a couple $100,000 of his stuff.
So I don't think how much of that they're going to get 100% of whatever is there. There just isn't $58 million there. So the estate signs off on all of it, which basically means anybody that was supposed to inherit anything from OJ is going to get nothing. And Goldman Estate is going to get 100% of what's left over after California gets paid their taxes. Yeah, the states are going to take their pound of flesh first.
Yeah.
We gave
our producer, Pablo Rios, a homework assignment because we were talking about the 7 deadly sins, and could you and I name them? You did much better than me.
It's because I saw the movie.
Yeah.
I did too. I don't remember that.
Pablo, of course.
I watch it a lot.
Pablo, of course, listed off one of his deadly sins.
Not mine. You just said deadly sins.
You said cocaine.
Yeah, not one of mine. Deadly sins.
Which was good.
So, did you come up with the other 6 Pablo's 7 deadly sins?
I don't sin that much, but
we'll help you out here. We came up with a few for you.
Sins that would condemn you to hell, basically.
What do you got?
This is you're going to Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, we want yours.
Well, these are yours.
We've got a few more for you.
Definitely. Women's fragrance called YSL Libre.
Okay.
I can't even say the name of it. That thing, whenever a woman puts that on, and
just makes you wild.
You turn into a devil.
You
bad man.
El Diablo.
I just want to sin. That's all I can say.
She's wearing that.
Okay.
Bad man. Okay.
What
so
else?
we got YSL Libre, and then we've got cocaina.
No.
Yep.
You
told us.
Cocaina's not even in my realm, bro.
But is it a 7? Is that a deadly sin?
We're not saying you would do it. It's just a deadly sin. Yeah.
No, I'm not answering that.
Okay.
For somebody who does it, I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
What else?
What else you got?
90s rap music.
Oh,
rap music.
You
that's
think
bad.
Tupac and some.
That's bad or that's good?
Bad. I don't know if up there they like that stuff.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But is it bad in a good way?
No.
Okay.
Bad like it might keep me out of the gates.
Okay. All right. That's good.
And then I'm gonna have to get Tupac, and we're gonna have to storm the gates.
Any more?
Whiskey.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one.
And that's that white man's juice touches my lips, and I get.
Yeah.
Do you want to know the ones we came up with for you?
Yes.
We thought
absolutely.
We thought these might be the deadly sins that you had to consider.
Which are probably more correct than mine.
We're really proud of our list for you.
We thought for Pablo, these are the things that would do him in. Toxicas. Cheap cologne. Like that's a sin.
Yeah, you can't be wearing fake.
Yeah.
Weakness, being a sissy.
Yeah, come on.
That's a sin.
Yeah.
And then also,
you got to be able to at least stand up for yourself.
I like where you're going.
And then the last thing that Pablo absolutely will not stand for is a 40-hour work week.
Absolutely not.
Showing up every day.
That is the hugest sin ever.
See,
you know what that'll do? God is proud of me for not coming to work every day and falling to the schedule of a colonized mentality.
The man.
Right.
Yeah.
The man.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, but great list, guys.
Thank you.
The cheap cologne, don't be TJ Maxx, Marshall's cologne around
No.
here.
You're
you
going
better come with the
going straight
Sephora
to Hades for that.
or Macy's with me.
Bring me the good stuff.
Hey, this is an awkward pivot. Here, struggling Arizona families need your help. Join KTAR's Outspoken for Families in Need by donating new essential personal and household items for UMOM New Day centers. Now through December 5th, KTAR will be at select Walgreens collecting donations. Make a difference in someone's life. Text CARE to 620-620 for a list of most needed items and drop-off locations near you. That's CARE to 620-620.
Suppose you're cruising down the 101 or I-10 and something catches your eye, and you're really not sure if you saw what you thought you did, so you go back to investigate. Or, no, you don't. You're smart. You just keep cruising on. You know that ignorance is bliss when it comes to things that are none of your business. The most egregious road crimes are next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, I loved lying in bed this morning. I had my windows cracked open, and I was listening to the rain come down. It was nice and chilly in my bedroom. It was exactly what I wanted. But what if you didn't want to hear the rain, and you didn't want to feel that draft of the cold air coming through? But you did anyway? It means it's time to take a good hard look at your windows. It's time to call Advanced Window Products. And there actually has not been a better time to call them this entire year. Their Black Friday sale is going on all month long. That means that you get the biggest discount of the year. It's $3,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Now, why Advanced Window Products? It's easy. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. They're made in the Valley for the Valley. And because you're dealing directly with the manufacturer, you have no middleman markups, and you get that lifetime warranty, which is labor, parts, and even glass breakage. It was covered for life. National guys can't touch that. Ask them. They can't. It's lame. So stop ignoring your house. It deserves better. You deserve better. Call 480-764-2002. Made in the Valley for the Valley, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, or at advancedwindows.com.
It's a new season of Amazing Arizonans, featuring conversations between Mike Broomhead and some incredible folks who live here, like 6-time Olympic gold medal winner Amy Van Dyken, host of Fridays with Frank, Deputy Frank, ring announcer Ramblin' Ralph, president of Arizona Public Service Ted Geisler, and many more. Get the Amazing Arizonans podcast wherever you get your podcasts or the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialists isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. President Trump says he'll sign a bill compelling the Justice Department to release its files on sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. ABC's Olivia Rubin on what those files could contain.
What we've been hearing a lot about are emails, right, of Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly more of that could be in there. But there are other documents that could possibly in there, like records of who went to his homes, records of who went on his plane to his island, and certainly some of that has already been released as well. But we're talking about hundreds of gigabytes of data, as the DOJ said, and what's in there really remains to be seen.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those wet roads for us this afternoon. Here's Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler, we have a crash blocking the HOV lane on the Loop 202, Santan Freeway eastbound near Cooper Road. Phoenix, we saw that crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 51st Avenue. Mesa, crash block in the right lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Why let a traditional mortgage keep you in debt for 30 years? With a Life Changer loan, you use your income to crush principal first, paying off your home in just a fraction of the time. That means less interest, faster freedom, and more money to invest, save, and build real wealth. Plus, you keep 24/7 access to your equity for the next 30 years. It's not magic. It's just math. So take control today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Is its focus on deportations causing the Department of Homeland Security to drop the ball on investigating terrorism, child sex crimes, and human trafficking? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News Thursday.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and we appreciate everybody that's checked us out on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Great interaction there, too. People are stunned that I make as much money as I do. You have no clue. I make the kind of money that you would never even dream of.
You just go home to your chateau and swim in the dough.
You know, that was my bit. Anywhere I've ever gone, I would always tell people, it was like, I would always make up a number that seemed absurd, but also somewhat plausible. So when I was in Kansas City, I was like, I only make $700,000 a year to do this. And I got hired in San Diego, and I was like, but it would always be like an oddly specific number, like $738,000 to do this. And I go to San Diego, and I'm like, this job isn't even worth the $3.124 million that they're paying me, you know. So it was just oddly specific that I would do that. Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos joining us in the studio now. Border Patrol agents finding 6 migrants hid inside a welded steel container's flatbed trailer, only a tiny ventilation hole cut in each box. Agents say the containers were locked from the outside. Interior reached dangerous temperatures. You ever see something, because you do a lot of driving, you ever see something on the road that you suspected might be doing something illegal?
Like you drive by and go, there's felonies
There's
in that
something
car.
going on, yeah.
This smells of a felony.
Joe took me through the zone right before we started the show. And as we're driving through the zone, he goes, that's a drug deal. You point, and I was like, oh, you're right. I see the exchange.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
There's needles.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things they taught us, you remember, especially growing up in Tucson, was that you'd see cars that were like abnormally low in the back, and like,
that's carrying
who's
something.
Hiding in the trunk in that? There's probably 4 people in the trunk, okay? They're not just carrying cinder blocks around,
unnecessary weight.
Yeah, that looks odd, and that's before they figured out how to, beef up the suspension in the trafficking people,
Or things.
Yeah, or drugs
things.
or whatever,
Drugs?
Lots of kilos down back there.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
I meant drugs.
Oh, okay. All right.
I meant drugs, of course.
What a nut. Hey,
fruits, vegetables mostly.
So I'm driving home, and I'm getting ready to listen to Outspoken with Bruce St. James Gatos.
My apologies.
And I'm thinking to myself, what in the world are they going to have on the RADIO for me tonight?
Well, we've got the 5 o'clock face-off, a wildly popular show, despite our best efforts. Do you know that we had over 1 million views between our socials, impressions?
I don't
Thank
even
you.
know what those
I don't know what
words
that
mean.
means anymore. On last week's show.
Yeah.
And I would expect nothing less on this.
Well, in fairness, John Kavanaugh, your guest last week, sexy man.
Well, he's good looking. Yeah. That doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking, and I think we have to start off with the Epstein, and we'll pose the question to our panel. Why did Donald Trump drag his feet for 11 months on releasing the Epstein files?
I already feel the impressions coming in.
My first impression is this is going to be great. Look, you've got 2 impressions right there.
Here we go.
I'm impressed.
Up to 2.
He's impressed.
Up to 2. The counter is rapidly increasing.
Couple of impressed fellas here.
There you go.
That's what we are. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James Gatos starts right up at 4 o'clock. Have a great show there, my friend.
I'll try.
All right. Off the air, I say have a great show. He says, don't tell me what to do.
Tell me what to do. You're not my supervisor.
Ironically, is telling me what to do. It's always the catch-22 of his instructions, isn't it? Joe Huizenga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. They just did what we did to start this year at Casa Galvisi. Got a brand new AC system from day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I cannot tell you, by the way, how much cheaper our summer AC bills were, 30 to 40%. That made it a double ding. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? It's been many months. Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $69. Only $69 to make sure. Think about it. Your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain the manufacturer's warranty. Only $69 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC heating and plumbing appointments 24/7 online at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 43 years and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
This is Jim Sharp, and what do I mean when I say the attorneys at Berg Simpson are good lawyers changing lives? Well, they're nationally renowned trial lawyers, which means they change lives for the better by fighting in court to get families compensation for their injuries. And Berg Simpson makes it a priority to give back to their community. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives, is more than a slogan. It's who they are, and it's why I not only recommend Berg Simpson on the radio, I recommend my friends to them. Call them at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. bergsimpson.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezia's.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, soak it up while you can. It's a rainy day in the desert.
It won't be like complete rain the entire day, but it will be periods of showers, and even some areas might see, half an inch to an inch, especially if you're in the foothills areas north of Phoenix.
Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says the temps will stay in the low 60s today and tomorrow. In fact, we may not even reach the 70s again until early next week.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
A local agency that leads the Valley's response to homelessness says the federal government is creating some serious challenges for their efforts. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
The Maricopa Association of Governments, or MAG, is responsible for dispersing federal dollars sent to the Valley for homeless solutions. Amy St. Peter with MAG says the Trump administration has taken back money awarded last year for grants in effect now, causing concerns for early next year.
So some of the grantees, they'll actually start going unfunded in February, which is particularly problematic because HUD has announced that they will release the awards in May of 2026.
She also says there's new changes in funding rules that could lead to a 1,400 drop in long-term housing units available in the Valley for people experiencing homelessness. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Epstein Files bill is now waiting for President Trump's signature following passage in both chambers of Congress. While the president has indicated he will sign the bill, there are some loopholes that could prevent him from doing so. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more from Capitol Hill.
There is the aspect of confidentiality. If there are documents that are deemed classified, they could not be released under this bill. All of it to say it's going to ultimately be up to the administration on how they comply with this legislation. But what we've heard from members of Congress is that they expect this administration to comply to the letter of this law.
Are you planning to fly for Thanksgiving? Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is out with a new video that urges travelers to mind their P's and Q's on the plane. Here's ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael.
Ahead of this holiday travel season, Duffy says,
let's bring civility and manners back.
And he has some guiding questions for passengers.
Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots?
Because no one wants to kick off Thanksgiving by getting kicked off the plane. Clara McMichael, ABC News.
30 million live Christmas trees are expected to be harvested and sold this holiday season. But Jim Ryan, ABC News correspondent, tells Arizona's Morning News artificial tree costs are up about 20% this year.
They come from China. And with the tariffs in place, Christmas trees will be more expensive. Other Christmas decorations also coming from China will cost more.
He says replacing an artificial tree costs more than just getting a natural tree, and people can cut their own tree by applying for a permit online. A crash in Buckeye involving a Tesla has left one person dead. Buckeye police say the crash happened yesterday evening near Celebron Drive and Thomas Road. A hazmat crew was called out to assist officers with chemical fires that resulted from the crash. Police are withholding the identity of the person killed until they are officially ID'd. It's time to take a look at the roads right now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the right lane, State Route 143 northbound near University Drive. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the interchange ramp on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition ramp. Chandler, we still got that crash blocking the HOV lane, Loop 202, Santan Freeway eastbound near Cooper Road. This report is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Give yourself a raise by consolidating your high interest and high balance debt with a home equity line of credit. Learn more at thelundmortgageteam.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our rain is going to continue through the evening and right on into Thursday. There's a 20% chance we'll continue to see some on Friday. Overnight, low temp 59 and highs in the mid-60s right through Friday. Currently, it's 58 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
A lot of people tell you, hour #1, best of the hours.
You know, yesterday I was second-guessing my long-sleeve shirt, first one of the year.
Yes, you were very concerned. You thought maybe you were a day early on the long sleeve shirt. Yeah.
I'm feeling good about my choice today for a second long sleeve shirt.
Yeah.
It's a little chilly out there.
It is.
What is the temperature in Phoenix, Becky Lynn? What do you got?
Let me see what it is in Phoenix at the moment. 64 degrees.
That's long sleeve shirt weather.
Yeah.
That is long underpants.
I tell people, I work with some guests from out of town over the weekend, and they were from Minnesota and these horrible places where it's cold.
Ugh.
And I had to remind them. I go, you guys don't understand, we wear warm clothes when it gets cold here. They go, yeah, but it's not cold. I go, oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And water freezes at 60 in the desert. Keep that in mind. Okay, so we're on a different scale.
Right, so you were wearing a parka.
Exactly.
And they were wearing flip-flops and shorts.
We got puffy coats.
Right.
When it gets below 70.
Right.
A little rainy, a little chilly. Woo. Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock, the 5 o'clock face-off. The panel will start coming in here in the next half an hour, and we will talk politics, discuss the Epstein files, what's the latest, all that. 5 o'clock face-off, obviously at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. So there's concern, and I think anybody who moves their way around the valley sees homeless people, whether they're in the median asking for money or whether they're camped out under an overpass or something. Tents pop up out of nowhere. And we know that ever since the zone was disbanded, the homeless population just kind of went in every direction. And so now we just have a few more homeless people in communities all around the valley.
And maybe some parts of the valley that didn't have them before.
Yeah, weren't dealing with it. Right. But Phoenix, the city of Phoenix, is coming up with a new policy
on how their police officers should deal with the homeless. And I think one of the questions is Phoenix PD about to go soft on the homeless? Are they softening their rules?
I think maybe a little bit. Remember, you have a new police chief that has just gotten the job.
That's right.
There was a 126-page report by, I believe it was the U.S. Department of Justice. And it said that we have to be real specific, Phoenix Police. How did they treat thousands of homeless people that were living without a permanent residence? And a lot of it wasn't good. A lot of it was basically they will throw the person's belongings away. That was one of the big sticking points.
I think the overall the headline was that the Phoenix Police was very aggressive with people. They call it what? People experiencing homeless people.
Right.
I'll give you another example.
They were stopping unhoused people.
Right, and forcing them to talk to them. There were some constitutional issues when it comes to that.
Reasonable suspicion.
Oh, it's one of my favorite terms out there.
Why I said it.
Reasonable, articulable suspicion. And so the Phoenix Police is going to change. Like you said, one of the things is they are not going to throw away homeless people's property. Apparently, they were gathering stuff up and throwing away as if it was garbage. I'm sure a lot of us would call it garbage, but to them it was their earthly possessions.
Okay, but seriously, what do you do with it? Because I mean, a lot of it is you said it perfectly. We would look at it and say, right, like 95% of that it's garbage.
It's nothing I would keep.
Okay, so what do you do with it then? Because that's the thing. I think when this report came out, this is how I saw it. I think people looked at this and said, "Oh gosh, these cops are just throwing people's stuff away." I don't think that was it. I think they were trying to deal with the homeless population, and if there was arrest being made or if they were moving or what have you, you can't just leave the stuff behind. So what do you do with it? I'm not being a jerk. I just want to know.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with the stuff?
I get
it that it's their stuff, and it's the only thing
it's
they
their
have.
property.
I get it. But if it really is garbage and most of it, what do you do with it?
But that's subjective. Any more than a police officer pulled you over on the side of the road and decided to throw out the stuff in the back of your car because he determined it's garbage. You're like, it's not garbage, it's my stuff.
Okay. I don't know what you do with it then.
Where is that line? Here's something else, though.
Okay.
The new policy says that officers will not order or impose arbitrary time limits for someone to move to another location.
Okay, so you get to move on your own time limit.
You can't go, hey, you guys got to get out of here in 5 minutes.
I don't really know what that does. Does that do anything for you?
I think one of the arguments is all you were doing was moving them from one place to the next.
Okay.
And why were you can come back 5 minutes later and go, okay, now you can't be here either?
So if a cop goes to the corner where there's a homeless person and they've got their stuff and the cop says you need to move,
they can.
What do you got, 48 hours? Like, shouldn't there be a time limit? Like,
why do they have to move?
Well, I'm just asking.
Well, that's part of the thing. Yeah. Why are you asking people to move, and why are you giving them an arbitrary time limit?
If they're in front of a store.
If they're on a public sidewalk.
If they're in front, if they're in front of a business.
If you're on private property, that's a different argument. You're on a public sidewalk?
Well, you don't want them to be in front of a business. That could be.
The business may not want it, but if it's a public sidewalk, you don't have a say in what happens on your sidewalk.
I wouldn't want.
You may not like it.
I may not want. I definitely don't want it in front of my. But here's the thing. It's a time limit. Like, so does that mean you have a week to move?
This is during non-enforcement interactions. So that's where a lot of this came from. So there is no crime that's being suspected. They are not being accused of a crime. They are not being detained. They are not being arrested. They're just being told, you need to leave here and go somewhere else.
Right.
And the policy says you can't just tell people you got to leave the place you're at now and go somewhere else.
Yeah, if you were in front of a business and you defecated there, then there's a reason
we have an enforcement action
to call the police and have them move.
We might have an issue, right?
But if they park themselves in front of a business, we can't do anything about it.
If they're in public,
I'm sure
sidewalk.
I'm sure you can negotiate something. You'd have to do it, but the business owner would have to do it with the homeless person. Hey, listen, I can't have you in front of my store.
Yeah, but if they choose not to move, there's nothing you can do. I'm just telling you.
That's not fair to the business owner.
It may not be fair, but I'm going to tell you, there's nothing you can do to make somebody leave a public sidewalk.
And
They can stand there with a sign that says your business sucks and you can't do anything
but I think
about
what we're
it.
talking, that's not really happening.
No. I'm
so
just
I
saying.
guess, yeah, it's one of the examples, but I don't think that's really happening.
I thought this was good too. And again, you're getting back to my, civil libertarian here. The policy now states.
So this is Phoenix Police new policy on the homeless.
That if the homeless person declines to engage in a consensual contact initiated by the officer discontinues contact. Hey,
You're allowed to,
what are you guys up to? I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
okay.
You can do that.
End of discussion.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Yeah. All right. Unless you can, again, you have reasonable article of suspicion. Is there a crime? Is there a crime committed? Is something going on?
Yeah, but
you can't just, this is getting into the just rousting the homeless. Hey, you guys, let's get the hell out of here. Move along.
Well, you can say, hey, I need
and
you guys.
I can tell you to pound sand.
But I don't know if they know their rights.
Right. Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Like if you're standing on the sidewalk and a cop comes up to you and says, hey, what are you doing here? I know you.
What are you doing?
And that would
That's
be
what I'd say to him.
I understand that. But
I like when they come and they go.
But not everybody knows that.
Can I help you? And I go, no, really? Yeah. Can I get a hamburger? Like a cheeseburger, but plain.
But nothing's changed with that. Like a police officer can still go up to a homeless person and say, hey, what are you doing? Or can say, hey, I don't have an example in my head.
No, I get it. I
can say, hey, listen, we need. Hey, you got a second? Can I talk to you? They can still do that.
Yeah,
and
you can say no.
But they've
Anybody
always had.
can, right.
But they've always had that. So why is that new?
Because
in this?
I think the argument was they were doing that more specifically with the homeless population. They weren't walking up to you and I on the sidewalk. They weren't walking down, doing that. They were doing it only in and around a lot of the homeless. What do you want to call them? Encampments, communities, groups, individuals. Yeah. By the way, they looked at and said, that person is homeless. They made an assumption.
It's pretty easy to do that.
It's still an assumption.
I understand that. But
being homeless is not a crime.
I know. But you're not standing on the side of the road on the side of the 17 where you're pulling off onto Northern because you have a house. You can
say that. I think a lot of those people have different money. I think it's a scam, right? I think a lot of it is.
You know what? See, I don't disagree with that.
I've heard that a lot of it's
but
a
there's
scam.
So many people on the street.
No doubt.
That I'm like, I tend to believe they're on the street. And I think it used to be a scam for it used to be
asking for money and holding up the sign and,
I'm not making fun of this.
No.
It's hard to get a street corner now. Because they are all over the place. They are in the media. They are on the side of the road. I've talked about, certain parts of town heading towards the I-17, the middle of the road. Walking in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
But
that is a crime.
It's dangerous.
But now we've reached a level of crime. Somebody did text and go, if a cop wants to speak to me, can I do the same thing?
Yes, you can.
100%
right.
you can.
You don't have to speak to him.
Yeah. You can ask the police. You don't have to speak to police. I don't know who told you had to.
I just think it's common courtesy. I don't know why you wouldn't do it.
Police rarely come up to you and start questioning you if they think you're innocent.
No. I have nothing to hide, so I'm going to speak.
There's people in jail right now with nothing to hide. I assure you that.
Is there any other rules that we need to go over? But
don't throw away their stuff. Contact is consensual, and you can't just ask them to move.
I don't know if there's much here.
Yeah.
I think this is a new police chief taking over and saying there was a scathing report that came out on us. Mm-hmm. I'll be the first to say I'm not sure it was fair. I've seen the police in Phoenix deal with homeless people. I've walked into a Circle K, walked out of a Circle K, and they're dealing with somebody, and they've been wonderful.
Can't be easy.
It's hard. It's very hard.
And I would say, echoing what I heard one of our former police chiefs say, the police department are the last people in the world that should be dealing with the homeless problem. It's just not what they're trained to do. That's not what they're for.
Yeah. Right.
They're there to enforce laws. And being homeless is not against the law. That's the thing. Hey, real quick, want to give a shout out to everyone listening in Chandler, the Chandeliers. Thank you guys so much for listening, all of the Chandelarians. We appreciate everyone in Chandler. Shout out to Chandler. All right, coming up next, is it a comet or is it a mothership?
Mothership.
NASA weighs in. See what lies they're going to tell us. It's coming up next. You're Outspoken on KTAR.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and board babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The city of Tempe is working to draft a first-of-its-kind ordinance to prevent and deter drink spiking. City Councilman Randy Keating says they got feedback from nearly 200 students and found 11% have been the victim of drink spiking, and 60% said they knew someone who had. They're looking into making drinking test kits and glass covers available at Tempe establishments. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe, we have a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound transition. Phoenix with a crash, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 51st Avenue. This report is brought to you by AmWa. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. 5 o'clock face-off's coming up in, at 5 o'clock. You know, so don't make me do the math of how many minutes that is till the top of the hour. But we're going to have that. Last week's 5 o'clock face-off, over 1 million impressions between YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. It's pretty crazy. A lot of people paying attention.
Must listen, must see. You can watch it on YouTube on the Gatos channel.
You know, another of our videos.
You went right past it, didn't you? You didn't even want to just, okay.
Just kept moving.
Just kept You're learning.
Another one of our videos, by the way, that got like tens of thousands of views was our interview with Harvard Professor Avi Loeb.
And my personal close friend.
Personal close friend, because you have a cell phone now.
I do now.
And
we've been texting.
He is the Harvard
what
professor.
NASA said today, Avi?
Who's very concerned or has brought up questions, is that a good way to put it?
Yep.
About this comet or alleged comet working its way through our galaxy that he thinks could be being controlled or steered. Right? 3I Atlas.
Thinks it's technology. That there's a possibility. He doesn't think it. He thinks it's a possibility. He's not like 100%, but he thinks it's a possibility that it is technology, it's not natural.
So,
and the thing is massive.
It's,
twice the size of Manhattan.
Yeah. And it is roughly 7 billion years old.
It has windows.
Older than it does not have windows.
Okay.
Older than our actual solar system, and is moving at 153,000 miles an hour.
Right, and NASA has refused to show us what it looks like, and they've refused for well over a month. I mean, we've been talking. You know, I've been doing a deep dive on this.
You have diving all over this thing,
and so I've given everybody the ins and outs of this, whatever it is. But NASA has not wanted to release any pictures
until now.
Good.
So, NASA has finally released some pictures because
I see a very small escape hatch. I don't know if you saw that on this picture.
Okay, that is ridiculous.
Okay.
The 3I Atlas went close to Mars at one point.
Did a drive-by.
On Mars.
Well, they want to see what it looks like.
And we have satellites around Mars. Mm-hmm. And so they turned the camera towards it and got some better pictures than we would get from Earth. And so NASA got together today and released some of the images of it. And I got to tell you, the person that's running NASA is no fun.
Why?
Because they started the entire thing by let's get one thing clear.
Yeah.
This is a comet. It behaves like a comet. It looks like a comet. It acts like a comet. It's a comet.
What do you expect them to say?
That's what they would say. If you were trying to cover it up, that's exactly how you would start.
Yeah. And the thing is that's a lie. That's a lie, because there have been scientists that have said, hey, we don't think it's alien, but it sure as heck isn't acting like a comet. And there are all these anomalies. And so, no, it doesn't really act like a comet. But I've tried to look at this thing, and I just see something that's pretty bright, and I don't know. It's not like you're going to.
But yeah, I don't know what I'm looking. I haven't stared at enough comets to be able to go, that's a different one. I got to rely on somebody else. Now, I will tell you this: the thing about this that is so odd is this is only the third time.
Something outside
in recorded
of our
history.
Solar system has come inside.
Yes, that something has come into our solar system from outside it. So it doesn't happen very often. So yeah, it's unique.
Right.
And I'll acknowledge that.
I think that makes you also ask, the question is, okay, well, is it really a comet? Because again, I know we can laugh at all the UFO stuff and a bunch of wackos are talking. But again, I'll say it.
It's not just wackos. Yeah.
Presidents, Congress, they're all holding meetings about these things. Now, I don't know what they are. I've never believed in alien life. I've never believed in it. I just don't know what the things in the sky that we've seen are. Because, it doesn't look like we came up with those ideas and that type of technology. I mean, we sent a Tomahawk missile up, and it hit an object that we saw in the sky, and it bounced right off the object. I mean, that is, and it's super clear video. I mean, come on. And the thing kept going. A Tomahawk missile should have obliterated it. Anything on Earth. And it didn't. So you got to ask the questions. What's going on? So when you see 3i Atlas and NASA being very strange and not talking about it.
Maybe they were all paid time off, It was during the government shutdown.
I don't want to hear excuses.
Maybe they we just didn't go to work.
So let me say, all right, hold on a minute.
Wait a second. A comet barreling its way towards us, but you know what? If I'm not getting paid, I ain't showing up.
So if an alien craft possibly enters our solar system
during a government shutdown,
they're going to not work?
Wouldn't even know about it.
Oh, come on.
They'd be like, nope, not my job.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not on the clock. I'm not even looking into it.
And then we let the aliens take over.
Just let the aliens take over. NASA did acknowledge, though, that it is very, very unique because a comet like this, the size, the shape, and the speed, and again, they estimated it's 7 billion years old. It just doesn't come along every once in a while, So it is unique.
Never come along.
Yeah,
that's pretty interesting.
All right, we've got
I still think it could be a mothership.
And with windows.
I thought I saw an escape hatch.
Why do you think the aliens have eyes?
Maybe they don't.
They need windows. I'm just saying. You're making a lot of assumptions here. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then coming up next. So if we all hate tipping so much, why do we over-tip all the time? We'll talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Don't let a leaky roof ruin your holidays. It's Gato, so I want you to call America Roofing. And when you mention me, here's what they do. They come over and inspect your roof absolutely 100% for free. This is something you need. You're going to have more people in the house. You're going to have friends and family over. You're going to enjoy the festivities. And you want to make sure that your roof is going to hold up. We've had a lot of rain over the last month. This is a perfect time to call America Roofing and just get an inspection of your roof. Your roof could be warning you that there is trouble. How? Well, do you have a water stain on your ceiling? That means you have a leak. Warped shingles. Do you have missing granules? Let America Roofing get up there and check it all out. They're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. 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 America Roofing, we've got you covered.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 Premium Plug-in Hybrid with a 304 net combine horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Are you ready to score big with your finances? Right now, get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win a $1,500 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The city of Tempe is known for its vibrant nightlife. Well, now the city council's working to protect partygoers from drink spiking. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Tempe Councilman Randy Keating leads a drink spiking education and prevention subcommittee with the goal of drafting a first-of-its-kind ordinance. He explains they're hosting a community awareness event at Outlaw Distillery on December 3rd, where they'll have glass covers and test kits for people to try.
Like a test strip, you dip in the drink and it will test for 17 different chemical substances, all of which have been used to spike drinks in the past.
He says they'd like to make test kits available at Tempe bars and create tax incentives for establishments that provide drink covers to patrons. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Federal prosecutors charging a 50-year-old Chicago man with an act of terror for allegedly setting fire to a woman on a transit train Monday night. U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros says Lawrence Reed doused the 26-year-old with gasoline first, adding the flames were only put out when two Good Samaritans came to her aid after she stumbled out of the train at a stop.
The surveillance video is difficult to watch and is very disturbing, as a young woman was set ablaze and tried to put herself out while other passengers got out of the way or watched.
Reed could face life in prison. The woman is in critical condition, and if she dies, Reed could face the death penalty. Could retired mines hold the key to more renewable energy?
Jim Kenna is the former director of Arizona's division of the Bureau of Land Management. In a hearing on Capitol Hill, Kenna highlighted the successes of the Restoration Design Energy Project, using retired mines as an example.
The decommissioning historically had been, reclaim the site and take out the power line. Well, if you've got an already disturbed site that's been flattened and has power access into the grid, why not take advantage of that?
According to the BLM, the project discovered over 190,000 acres of Arizona land suitable for renewable energy development. William Padmore, KTAR News.
And it's time to check the road home this afternoon. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the on-ramp State Route 51 northbound near Bell Road. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 51st Avenue. And lastly, Tempe with a crash block in the right lane. State Route 143 northbound near University Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Expecting the rain to keep on falling at least through tomorrow. There's a 20% chance we could see some on Friday. Overnight 59. Tomorrow, right back up there in the mid-60s for a high. It's 62 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
When will we get a jobs report and inflation numbers, and what will it mean for our economy? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Hey, a reminder, coming up at the top of the hour at 5, we've got the 5 o'clock face-off, which is live on YouTube. That's right, you can watch the entire face-off, which is important. Yeah, you got to see some of the facial
absolutely
reactions to some of that, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say that most of us are frustrated with tipping culture and how, I would say specifically, we're being asked to, dare I say forced to, tip for things that we didn't used to tip for.
Yeah.
And we feel like put upon, right?
Yeah, and we've also talked about, you might want to, instead of just, handing your credit card when the waiter or the waitress comes over to, here you go, because you want to get out of there quick. There are different fees now, too.
You look at the actual itemized thing, because they're throwing in like a
it's ridiculous
sustainability fee and employee retention. Remember that one? Employee retention fee.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not my job to retain your employees.
I'd like to see a manager, please.
Yes. But if you are nodding along right now and saying, you know what, I am fed up with it, then why do we still tip 20%? It turns out that the same people that say, I've had it with this, a large number of us still tip at least 20% at restaurants.
Okay, but if you get good service, you should tip 20%, okay? The thing that I always say...
I thought 15 was the minimum. No, I'm being serious.
Whatever people want, 15, 20%. I do 20. But here's the thing.
Well, I do 20 because it's easier for the math.
Okay. But a lot of times they already do the math for you. A lot of times now they're going to give you this little handheld machine.
Yeah.
Okay? And they will put your card in it, right? They will hand it to you, and you pick 15%, 20%, 22%.
Gives you little windows 25. You can press.
Here's the problem.
What's the problem?
They added up wrong.
What do you mean they added up wrong?
They added up wrong. They don't take the tax out. You're not supposed to tax on the tip. You're not supposed to tip on the tax.
They come up with the tip based on the total amount after you've been taxed on it.
Now that goes
so it's
way
an
up.
extra whatever percent.
Exactly, and it's not like the biggest deal.
No,
but still,
it's fundamental.
Yeah, they're not coming up with the tip just on the meal. They're adding they're adding the tax in, which is going to make the tip bigger. So what you do is, I mean, you know this, you just double the tip, you double whatever the tax is or something.
You double it. That's 20. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But that's why we're That's one of the reasons why we're tipping more.
Okay.
We're letting them do the math for us.
We shouldn't let them do the math.
And then we punch the button because it's easy.
Right. They're feeding you what you should be tipping.
And some people are like, hey, that's fine. I don't have to do the math. I don't have to worry about it.
No
They
math.
already did it for me. If it's an extra buck or two, I don't really care.
So what would you do in this situation? All right. These people went and ordered a pizza. All right.
All right.
And
is it a sit-down restaurant?
No, they picked it up.
I'm picking up a pie.
Right?
Can I just, it's sausage and pepperoni pie, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they went to that little thing where they have the little, if you swipe and then it says, don't forget the tip section.
Right. And I think you and I, the only thing we ever have agreed on in the history of this program is that if we're standing up,
If you order standing up,
we're not tipping.
You don't tip order standing up.
Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
So they flip the little thingy-maboober around.
Yeah, I don't know. No tip. Where's the zero?
And it says 15, 20, or 35%.
15, 20, 30, 35%.
Yes. This person says, so I hit the little thing that said custom.
Oh.
You do your own?
Which really is it's tough to find.
And I put 0.
Yeah.
And it gave me an error and went back and said, I got to tip 15, 20, or 35.
And here's the problem.
It would not accept 0 as a tip.
There are 5 people behind you.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure this thing out. You're trying to make sure your pie doesn't get cold. And you're just like, hey, you know what I do? If I can't understand it, I turn it around and go, where's the 0?
Yeah. It said, when he said the error message appeared when I put 0.00 in as the option. And it said, please enter a valid tip amount.
Okay.
So maybe you could do
there isn't 0.
0.01. Maybe you could do 1 penny. But that seems insulting. That seems like you're going out of your way to be a jerk.
No, I'm insulted that I have to do that. And I'll tell you what. I'm leaving that pie there.
Just say, all right,
I'm out.
I'm leaving.
Hey, I'm not tipping you 35% for doing nothing.
To pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So no, I will go and order a pie somewhere else. I'm serious. It's just become one of these things where it's like, there's got to be a point where you say no.
Yeah, when you had enough.
And I hope most of us are beyond. We're embarrassed.
I get a little embarrassed.
I don't care. No, I don't care.
I get embarrassed.
Couldn't care
I
less.
get guilted into tipping.
No, I will not get guilted into tipping.
And I got to tell you, the whole thing about them standing there.
Doesn't.
Like now there's 2 types of restaurants now. There's the ones that you put your card in a little leatherette thing and they walk away and come back.
Right.
And then there's one where they bring the little computer to your table. I don't like it when they bring the computer to the table because then they're sitting there staring at me because they can't leave the little computer. And I'm supposed to look at them. I'm looking at the thing. I'm looking at them. I'm looking down and I get very nervous about putting a tip down because I think they're literally looking over my shoulder really? I brought you 3 iced teas.
For someone who doesn't like being told what to do.
I don't like being told what to do.
Neither do I. Now, why you can't just stand your ground. You turn into this jellyfish.
Little wimp,
what is wrong with you?
I don't know. It's I just feel like I'm being judged.
Who cares? Do you really care if you're being judged by someone you'll never see again? I couldn't care less.
So is the difference that you if you're never going to go back again, who cares? But if it's a place you go to and you plan on going back, you don't want to be, hey, there's that guy that didn't tip me last time.
I don't care if I know the owner. I'm going to say, where's the 0 tip?
Okay,
because I'm not tipping. I haven't been served. I'm not sitting at a table. I am not embarrassed to ask that at all. I'm never embarrassed to ask a question. Yeah. I don't care what it is.
Like Starbucks has a tip jar. I don't know if I've ever put anything in the tip jar at Starbucks. And I'm like, why? I ordered standing up.
If you want to be nice and you throw a buck in, go ahead. If not, I don't tip there.
Yeah.
No, No.
That's not a tipping.
No, are you tipping at McDonald's when you go in and
No.
get a... Okay.
I'm expecting them to put a tip jar out here any minute now.
They probably will.
You know?
You need to toughen up, man.
Okay, I'll work on that.
For crying out loud.
I'll work on that.
You
Thank
haven't
you.
cared what a single person has thought of you in your years on this
But
planet.
I care about what the one server thinks about my 15 or 20% tip.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What are you going to get chased out? Are they going to chase you out?
That's it.
Hey, 15%? I thought I was better than that.
You loser. All right.
Hey, we've got 5 o'clock face-off coming up in just about 25 minutes. Our panel has started to approach the green room.
Oh, yes. Oh, you aren't kidding.
Yep, there's
green
one.
room's filling up.
There you go.
All
right. Let's see. Coming up next. So is this the first generation that will do worse than their parents? We've got some numbers. They are disturbing. Outspoken with the guy who doesn't like to get embarrassed when he tips 15%. And me, Gatos, I'll ask any question anytime. I don't give a crap.
Hey, I want to talk to you guys and take you back in the way back machine. I had one of those 401ks from a previous employer, all right? It was just sitting there, and I don't know. I didn't know what to do with it. I actually sat down years ago, had a chance to sit down with Jeff Jr. and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. And they asked me, hey, you got one of those things? I go, oh, yeah. They go, why don't you bring it in? You know, those envelopes and things. I brought it in. And I was like, yeah, doing good, huh? Look, the number's higher than it was last year. They go, Turns out I was leaving a lot on the table, quite honestly. And if you have one of those rollovers, if you're just letting that money just sit there, the idea that it's doing the best it can for you, come on. You probably know better than that. They make it easy. They make it so easy to discuss your options, how to optimize those funds and get that money really working for you. It all starts with a simple phone call to Trajan Wealth. It's 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Call and make that appointment today. There's no obligation. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons. Here we go. Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price. So you're thankful for refrigerant laws? I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
What does 100 years of giving look like? It's food on the table. It's a safe place to sleep. It's a child learning to read and so much more. Valley of the Sun United Way and our donors, volunteers, and partners give a helping hand, give shelter, give a second chance, a way forward, and hope. We're here for the Valley today and always, because at Valley of the Sun United Way, giving never gives up. Visit vsuw.org.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly was one of several Democratic lawmakers who appeared in a video urging members of the military to refuse illegal orders. even if they come from the commander-in-chief.
This president has gone really close to crossing that line, if not crossed it.
Exclusively on Arizona's Morning News, Kelly points to the destruction of alleged drug boats in the Caribbean as one of those cases.
I'm concerned about the steps that this president has taken, things he has suggested.
Kelly says the video serves as a reminder that the military's duty is to the Constitution and that it must always follow lawful orders. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, debris blocking the right-hand lane on the I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. Phoenix again, crash on the right shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway northbound near University Drive. Phoenix with a crash blocking the on-ramp on State Route 51 northbound near Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Trevec Roofing, serving neighbors through every storm. Keep your home safe and dry with Trevec Roofing. Call now at 480-367-1171. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now, get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels with 3 available motors. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. Need a work truck? We have service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. With no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. This is Sanderson Ford Country, your Operation Santa Claus dealership. 0% for 60 months, 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days OAC from Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers on regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Most awarded based off 27 President and 20 Triple Crown Ford Motor Company awards. Offer expires 1/5/26.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. How to keep the scammers at bay so your credit cards are freed up for buying Christmas gifts and you can rack up all your debt that way instead. Find out the latest tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
You know, I think when you talk about defining the American dream, the idea that your children will do better than you. You've set a platform for them, and they'll build upon that. And every generation does a little bit better than the last one, because things move forward or because you've set them up for some success, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's at least an expectation. But it appears that we probably are right on the precipice of the first generation that's not going to do better than their parents.
That is very disappointing.
Yeah.
And if it does happen, it's very disappointing. You want your kids to grow up and have everything better than you did. And right now, let's see, if you're a millennial,
Gen X,
and you're having a tough time purchasing a home. How are your wages? I don't know. I mean, they're not terrific. You kind of been through COVID and a tough economy. Are you even able to have you even put anything in the stock market yet?
Are you right? Well, baby boomers, by the way, have all the money.
Yeah, they're loaded.
All the money.
A lot of them, yeah.
Makes them the richest generation by far. And you might think, well, that's because they are really smart with their money. They're good savers. They've been solid.
I think that's part of it.
Could very well be part of it. Another part of it is, boy, you guys were born at the right time.
Yeah.
Boy, you were working at the right time. You were investing in the stock market at the right time. You bought your first home at the right time.
Yeah.
And those, I don't want to call it just dumb luck, but you're in the right place at the right time, has led to kind of where your success is. And I only pointed out that it's important to understand that the generations behind you, it's not the same path. It's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, I bought my first house at 30. I wasn't making a ton of money at 30, and I was still able to get a mortgage, and it was a pretty nice house. I
was late 20s, maybe 30, and I remember
it was. You're right. It was a little before my 30th.
My mortgage was cheaper than my rent.
Okay. If you're 30, right?
I don't say that to rub it in.
So I'm 30. I'll just say I was 28 or 29.
Yeah.
Single. Mm-hmm. If you're out there and you're 28 or 29 and single and maybe not making a ton of money, are you gonna buy a house? No, probably not. It's gonna be very tough unless you want to go in with people. That's certainly not the best idea, to share a mortgage.
But it's not just housing. I mean, keep in mind, think of the stock market.
Right.
And how the economy has grown over a relatively short period of time. And we've had a stock market for, hundreds of years. In a short period of time. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're that $100 that you put in 1974, it's doing pretty good today.
Well, I'll just give you my example. I was in the stock market in my early 20s. I wanted to be in the stock market. And had a little money left from my grandparents. What was I going to do with it?
Right.
I invested it, and you want to talk about luck? I got
right place at the right time.
Right place at the right time. A little money.
But you made a good decision.
Made a good decision to start a 401k. Made a good decision to hire somebody that my parents said was good to grow my money. Mm-hmm. And then all these years later, I mean, you're going to reap the benefits. If you didn't pull out in 08, if you didn't pull out in 9/11, if you didn't pull out in 2020,
you saw it as a long-term thing,
right? And you left it. And you did nothing.
Here's the challenge.
You won.
Here's the challenge for the younger generations. By the age of 30,
mm-hmm.
the average millennial had twice as much debt as their baby boomer counterparts did at 30.
That's another big part of this.
Yeah.
Is that you have student
loan debt.
Right.
It is a different financial world that they're growing up in. And I really think it's going to get to the point where we're just going to have to kind of reset what the expectations are. But we really are facing possibly the first generation that will do worse than their parents.
Things can change.
Without a doubt.
I don't have all the answers, but I'm hopeful that we can find a way to get some of the younger generation a home. Certainly,
make more money.
A good salary.
Yeah.
And you got to have some money to make money in the stock market.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That is huge.
Yep.
You will make money.
Yeah.
You're not going to take a bath.
Right.
You'll make money.
Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then 5 o'clock face-off. It's coming up next. And we're going to kick it off with our panel with why did Trump drag his feet on the release of the Epstein files for coming up on 11 months. The 5 o'clock face-off panel joins us next on Outspoken right here on KTAR.
All right, there's a lot of gimmick dentistry out there that you're going to see. You're also going to see some bait and switch pricing. You'll hear about some these are fake limited time offers. I want you to go with a proven company, a trusted company, when it comes to getting your broken teeth fixed, your missing teeth. Aria Dental Implant Center. All right, first of all, Dr. Joe, decades of experience, and he truly cares. Not only is he great at what he does, but when he sits down with you and discusses his plan for you, you're going to trust him right out of the gate. I guarantee it. Everybody does. And then he'll deliver. So if you have broken teeth or missing teeth, if you have a family member that, always comes over for Thanksgiving and you always wonder, why doesn't that person eat anything? Well, they can't chew any food. Tell them about Aria. It's spelled ARIA. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped, and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, we're seeing it today. We've even got some severe thunderstorm warnings out and more of it lasting through the evening.
So we have a weather system that's still kind of positioned over Southern California, and that's bringing a lot of moisture up, causing periodic showers and maybe even some isolated thunderstorms.
Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service expects some parts of the valley, especially in the foothills, to get up to a half inch, maybe even an inch of rain, and we're going to stay in the low to mid 60s for the next several days. We probably won't even see the 70s again until early next week. And as I mentioned, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, hail mixed into the rain. And this is for mainly the west part of the valley right into downtown Phoenix.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Trump administration is changing how the federal government gives out funding to U.S. cities for programs to reduce homelessness. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is moving away from funding permanent supportive housing and wants cities to focus on short-term housing and addiction services in response to homelessness. Amy St. Peter with the Maricopa Association of Governments says permanent housing is critical for certain members of the homeless population.
We're talking about older adults and people with multiple conditions. 78% of the people in permanent supportive housing right now have multiple conditions. And so they might have physical disabilities as well as mental health issues, as well as substance use disorders.
St. Peter says this and other changes from HUD could lead to a 30% increase in Valley unsheltered homelessness. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
A 2024 assessment has found that home sale prices have jumped by 56%. Those numbers persuading Phoenix City Council members like Betty Guardado to pass a $3.5 million fund for low-income housing aid.
Affordable housing is not just a policy goal, it is an absolute necessity for stability, dignity, and future of Phoenix families. This policy gives us real tools. It strengthens the pathways to homeownership so more families can build true generational wealth.
The Phoenix Housing Fund for next year passed unanimously 9-0.
A KTAR News exclusive.
You heard it live right here on KTAR.
These were some horrendous crimes, and these women deserve accountability.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly is hopeful the dominoes of justice will start to fall now that Congress has voted to release the Epstein files. But he exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News he still has his doubts.
We don't know exactly what is there. So if some things were withheld, how would the public know? My hope is that the Justice Department follows the law and releases everything that they can legally.
While Kelly believes the president will sign the release, he worries the administration will try to withhold documents after Trump ordered an investigation into Democrats in the files. Mexico has responded to President Trump's willingness to conduct strikes against drug cartels.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum rejected any possibility of U.S. military intervention after President Donald Trump said he'd do whatever it takes to stop drugs. The response follows confusion at a beach in northwestern Mexico where U.S. defense contractors posted restricted area signs claiming the space was Defense Department property. The Mexican Navy removed the signs and said changes in water levels may have caused confusion. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Let's get you home this afternoon with a little help from Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound near University Drive. Phoenix, we still got that crash blocking the on-ramp on State Route 51, northbound near Bell Road. A quick look towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on McDowell Road and 48th Streets. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Stop by the Beatitudes Campus to raise a glass and enjoy classical tunes on November 21st at 6:30 p.m. Text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 5:30. It's mainly in the West Valley at the moment, moving this way toward downtown Phoenix. Our chance of rain continues right through the evening into tomorrow with an overnight low of 59 and a high tomorrow about 64. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 5:30. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is the Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, here we go. 5:05 on a Wednesday means one thing, the 5 o'clock face-off. Let's meet our panel. Let's see who's facing off. We've got Frank Milstead back, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you.
We got Stacy Pearson, co-founder of Lumen Strategies, Democratic strategist. Hello, Stacy.
Hello.
Hello. And we got Ricardo Reyes, U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and he's the executive director of Vets Forward. How are you, man?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. Let's start with the Epstein files. What a mess for the president. I mean, he's handled this thing so poorly from the start. Let's release them, and now let's drag our feet for 11 months. We're going to see what happens when they release these things. We've seen some come out over the last few weeks. Frank, let me start with you. Why did Trump drag his feet on releasing these files?
That's a good question. I think everyone wants to know the answer. I just
they say that his name was mentioned 1,000 times in some of these documents. He claims that they became ex-friends. I don't know. I just hope it goes away because I'm tired of hearing about it. But
I have bad news for you.
It's not going away.
I don't think it's going away.
Indeed, it is not.
And I think that what the unintended consequences of all this, in my opinion, is a lot of people that knew him, that maybe got a picture taken with him somewhere, they're going to be drug into this and victimized or villainized because they knew him. And it's unfortunate, the aftermath of what all this is. And I think the other thing that truly amazing to me as a law enforcement guy is how does somebody like him, other than the fact that he had money, and I don't even know where all the money came from.
He was a financier.
Yeah, but I mean, how was he connected to everybody?
Because he had money.
And then I realized that I don't run in those circles. I am protected by poverty.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that I don't know those people.
But when you do run in those circles and you're around this man, how do you not know what he's doing? The people around him had to have some inclination that this was going on.
I think it's fair to say some people probably didn't know, but some people did.
Right.
And maybe that's why some people were actually drawn to him and wanted to go on the plane and wanted to go to the island, which we know happened. You talk about as law enforcement, I keep coming back to there's allegedly upwards, it could be 1,000 girl victims in this. Not all of them underage, but 1,000 victims that were sex trafficked in some way, shape, or form. How come no one else has been even dragged into court? I mean, much less convicted.
If you listen to Megyn Kelly, anyone over 15 is not.
What a horrible statement.
The biological age of consent. I mean, that is vile.
And she's an attorney.
We took her to task on that. Don't you worry.
Yes.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
I just think it's funny that all these people like. I wonder if they hear the words that are coming out of their mouths when they say things like when Tucker Carlson was interviewing Matt Gaetz and he's mentioned a 15-year-old girl and he was like a 15-year-old young woman, and it's like no. And these those are the things that people should listen to and be like, well, maybe these aren't my people.
Yeah, well,
maybe
they may not be parents of 15-year-old daughters ever in their life, and they're like the most protected thing. Your son kind of got away with stuff, but your daughter, I mean, you watch like a hawk.
Exactly.
Yeah. Neither your son or your daughter are even legal to drive at that age, much less spend a weekend in the Bahamas with old men.
Right.
I mean, what is happening?
Being passed around.
Right.
Again,
and then
these are the facts that came out.
Where are the parents?
Yeah. Good point. A lot
there
of these
are
were
answers
poor.
to this
a lot
question.
Of these girls
I mean, there
were
are girls,
poor, right?
The girls were very poor,
and they were given money.
Very poor. They were given money. They were helping make rent with mom. I mean, we're talking about desperate times for desperate people, and none of that it absolves these old men.
Gross.
I mean, and something's wrong with you if you're looking at a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old and thinking, yeah, she's super hot. I mean, and we've got a president who has said this.
But
it's
also,
not normal.
I also think that, we talked about who knew. Some people did know. And if you did know, at some point, the decision to be uninformed needs to be viewed as a betrayal of the victims.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
100%.
We're it's a 5 o'clock face-off. We've got Frank Milstead, Stacey Pearson, Ricardo Reyes. So what are we going to see? I mean, the House...
The files, you mean?
Yeah. Are we going to see everything blacked out? Is it going to be all redacted? Are we going to see Bill Clinton get in trouble? Is Trump in there? Did he do something?
He should. Bill Clinton should be in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, he should go down with this shit.
If the DOJ redacts things and doesn't release everything, that just further makes it worse than it is.
That's why it's not going away. And I'll tell you what they already said. Do you know what it came out today and said?
It's still under investigation.
Because Trump said you need to investigate all the Democrats that are in the Epstein files. He told Pam Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
So she came out today and said, we won't be able to release things that are under active investigation.
And they did that on purpose.
And to your point about Trump, and I don't care if it's Comey or if it's Letitia James, all of those people he should have absolutely left alone because it all looks vindictive. It doesn't matter what you say. Everyone knows it's vindictive, and everyone knows the guy's pissed off, and rightly so. I get it. But let that stuff go and stay above the fray, and he does not have that.
Since when is Donald Trump the better person? When has Donald Trump ever been the better man and walked away? Other than the gut that he claims to be the same weight as NFL players. Like, how my thing is with this, right? Like, we know he ran on it. And then once he won, he said, "Oh, it's a hoax, guys. It's not real." And then people started getting pissed off at him. And then he was like, "Well, maybe we'll talk about it."
It's not even a 180. It's been like 360 twice around the wheel.
He's gone around and around.
So
how can we believe anything?
How
can we believe anything? Number one, anything that he says. He lies every single time he opens his mouth. We all know that. So the other thing is now when they release these files, and he came out and said like, "Oh, well, we're going to investigate these people." He did it on purpose because now they're going to release a bunch of redacted files. And when people ask like, "Hey, like, why are these all redacted?" Oh, people are under investigation.
Yeah, it's active
so what I don't think they expected was this gigantic tranche of emails coming from the estate. What is important?
That's what came out a couple weeks ago that Congress released.
Right. What I think folks are confused about is this being part of the files. No,
this is different.
This is entirely different. And so now at least we have a set of documents that we can compare to whatever the DOJ releases. And there are hundreds of people working to make sure that those things align, that the correspondence exists, that the records aren't missing. I mean, this came from the estate, not from DOJ.
I think that's an important point you make, Stacey, because the bill that just passed and will release this, the Epstein Transparency Act, is just the government's files, FBI files, interviews with victims, interviews with potential, I don't know, perpetrators. I'm not sure. That's the government side. We only got like his birthday book and his emails from the family.
And not to digress, but I think this is the first time the entire room has been unified on outrage and on a topic. So I just want to mark that. Stacey and I have actually found alignment and thinks this is beautiful.
Well, listen, I'm sure there's the pro-pedophile crowd out there somewhere, but it ain't in here.
It ain't in here.
I think that one thing about this investigation and Trump going back and forth, bringing people into the Situation Room, trying to get them to change their vote. I mean, it was insane.
Don't vote on this.
I think that the moment that he verbally abused a female reporter because she asked about the Epstein files may have been one of the most disgusting moments in his presidency.
Quiet piggy?
Yeah, so I'll play it here. I'm going to play it here. It's hard to hear, but because it's on a plane.
Right, but the reporter asked about the Epstein files.
Yes.
A lot.
Right.
She kept asking.
Yeah.
Okay. And here's what happened.
Sir, if there's nothing incriminating in the file,
It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
And some could say, well, I don't really know what he said. We know exactly what he said. It was a disgusting moment. He said, quiet piggy. I'm just going to say this. And he was nasty to another female reporter yesterday in the White House.
They threatened to take their license away.
And of course.
For asking a question.
When are the other reporters going? When is that reporter who is called a name or is verbally abused going to say, blank you, Mr. President?
Pretty soon.
Of you. Enough of you.
If he did it to me,
and I know
that
you're
would be
not
my
supposed
answer.
to do
She
that.
can because she'll be fired.
Fine.
She can because she'll be. Well, that's the thing, though.
Agreed.
No, but it's easy. It's easy for us to say. And like I was watching today, there's like somebody put out a video today. It's like 5 minutes of Donald Trump being nasty to women, and this is not obviously right. This is not the first time.
Just the last couple of weeks, I assume.
The people who defend him, like Megyn Kelly, when he was like, she was bleeding from her whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like this is nothing new for him.
No.
I understand
he
that.
is a POS as far as when it comes to women. I believe he's a piece of,
I agree with him.
Period. But especially when it comes to women, he's a misogynist. And whenever anything like this comes up, I am disgusted by the people who come up and defend him. I'm disgusted by those supposedly alpha males who believe that it's okay to degrade women. And that is part of the problem right now, that our society has degraded to the point where this man was elected president of the United States, the leader of the free world, and people are proud to wear his freaking merch, telling you like, and they'll defend it. They'll sit there and tell you like, oh yeah, I didn't care. I thought that was great.
I do think there are plenty of people who voted for Trump that think the piggy thing was disgusting.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I voted for Trump, and I wouldn't support that. And we've all been frustrated by reporters' questions, especially those of us who've been in the public eye.
I was going to say you've.
Yeah, I mean,
You've
I've
been on
had
the receiving end.
I have, and I've had a lot of questions that irritate the living daylights out of me, but I don't call people names.
No.
I mean, but he calls everybody names.
Yeah.
And again, I voted for him.
He does it so much that people are like, oh, well, that's just Trump.
What a weird way to make your case that you didn't sexually abuse young girls by calling a woman on the Air Force One gaggle a piggy.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with him?
I'm waiting for the one reporter that's going to lash back out.
It's got to be a man.
And I want to see it.
Honestly,
Fingers crossed it's soon.
It has to be an older white
because
man,
no one else,
honestly.
But no one else on that plane stuck up for her.
Which is
If
disappointing.
you were to
The
call
press
my
doesn't
wife
stand up
that
for
or
each
my
other.
daughter that, I'm going to punch you in the mouth, and I don't care who you are.
But so many of us, in politics even, you deal with a group of alpha men who push it over the limit, and you walk out of a room and you defend yourself, and you walk out of a room and a guy's like, hey, I'm sorry, I was going to say something. If it was one more, if he was, it cut short. If it cut short, I was going to say, I was going to say.
All right, we are here. This is the 5 o'clock face-off. That's right. Frank Milstead, Stacey Pearson, Ricardo Reyes. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see everybody, see the interaction. Tell you what, I got to give a quick shout out to Maryvale. Everyone listening in Maryvale, the Vale, I call it. Maryvale. My hood. Shout out to Maryvale.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, all of them, they're listening today, right? Coming up next, Trump has an affordability dilemma. We'll talk about price of everything. Coming up next, Face Off on KTAR.
All right, Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. All right, so are you working on maybe some home improvement projects? Those plans should include Aquazona Connecticut. These units protect your plumbing, your appliances, and fixtures. You know, I got a question the other day. Gatos, you've had a Connecticut for 20 years. When you call Connecticut and you set up an appointment and they come out and they test your water for free, tell you a little bit about Connecticut, when you decide you're going to go with them, do you have to start knocking walls down, or you have to repipe everything and it takes weeks? And no. It's super easy. They come out to your house and they set up the Connecticut system, most likely in your garage and then under your sink in your kitchen, and it doesn't take very long, a few hours, and you've got perfect water. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Before Real ID was implemented this past May, more than 80% of travelers were already compliant with the law. But Transportation Security Administration agents are still coming across flyers who don't have a Real ID or a passport, which is now required to fly. And to solve that problem, the TSA is proposing a new fee for those passengers. Here's ABC transportation reporter Sam Sweeney.
If you're one of the Americans who travels without a Real ID or passport, you might soon have to pay an $18 fee to go through security. The TSA is rolling out a new kiosk system that will streamline the process for those who don't have a Real ID. The kiosk will use biometric technology to identify you and then allow a TSA security screening officer to let you pass through the security screening checkpoint if you do not have a Real ID or passport.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the roads now, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with a crash blocking the right lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria westbound near 59th Avenue. In Phoenix, we still have that crash blocking the on-ramp on State Route 51 northbound near Bell Road. A quick look towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on McDowell Road and 48th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
That's right. Thank you for joining us. We do want to acknowledge the big storm moving through the West Valley. It's headed towards the northeast, if you will, kind of moving diagonally across. So do be careful. Strong wind, strong rain. Be safe, all right? So, it seems like the word du jour, I don't know if it'll be like the word of 2025, affordability. Affordability is on everyone's tongue, and it seems that, at least for Trump, he has a problem with affordability because he keeps telling everybody everything's affordable, but people aren't buying it.
See, I think you can say, hey, inflation's never been as low as it's ever been, or something like that. And as just an everyday person, you could be like, oh, okay, maybe he's right.
Good.
I don't really know.
I want you to finish with that Trump impersonation.
I know.
That's pretty solid. Come on, roll
solid.
with it.
But then when you go to the grocery store, it's right in front of you.
Any store.
Can't lie about it.
Any store.
Any store.
You can tell me gas is less money. You can tell me that inflation's down. You can tell me... But if you go to any store, things are outrageously priced.
And
everywhere.
Okay, and how much of that is Trump's fault? Are we talking tariffs now?
All of the above. I mean,
Okay.
certainly he inherited a ridiculous amount of inflation that got Biden unelected.
Right.
Biden started with this narrative. Like, the
did.
economy's better. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. You know what? I don't care about when I had to put 4 tires on my daughter's Jeep, that they could have been more expensive. I mean, they were
Right.
were out
Good
of,
point, yeah.
you know, it was sticker shock, and we're doing okay. We're okay. And if I wasn't okay, I would have had my kid on an unsafe car. I mean, these are the decisions people are making, and they're real.
Biden was saying that things were better than it was, and Trump is saying things are perfect. And
yeah,
it's
he
just-
says things are so great that he's the best president since Lincoln. Right? Since he thinks it's Washington, Lincoln, and then him.
But see,
is part of the problem,
I
though-
get when he says that, because that's just no one buys that.
Narcissistic
But when
nonsense.
you tell us-
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
dementia
dementia.
talk.
I don't
It is
think that- I don't
dementia.
think that's dementia. I think it's just
I think he has
theater.
dementia.
and it's theater. I do think it's theater. But when you start lying about grocery prices,
And
everybody
and gas prices.
everybody knows you're lying.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, like, for him, things are cheaper because he's getting all this money from everyone else. So things for him are less expensive. He's never
He's
been
doing
to
great.
a grocery store. He has never. He thinks you have to use an ID to pay for groceries.
He said that, yeah.
So he's never been to a grocery store with all these like middle class and poor people who think like he's for the people. He's not for you. He's never suffered. He's never been hungry. He's never had to find a ride to work. He's never done an honest day's 9 to 5. So to him, things are awesome right now because his family has gained so much wealth since he's been in office.
But with the tariffs that he took away from certain countries,
This week,
last week, right? Can we give him some credit? I mean, listen, I think
Prices don't go down.
you got to give him some credit for at least realizing, okay, you know what? Coffee is up 41% from last
Yeah,
year.
but that's not what he did.
Correct.
What did he do?
Well, he didn't admit that he made a mistake.
I'm not asking him to admit it.
He didn't admit that it was stupid to put tariffs on coffee.
No president is going to say, I screwed up. Sorry about that. But I think he deserves a little credit for, I hate the tariffs. It's the stupidest idea in the world. But I'd have to give him some credit for at least saying, okay, let's take it off this, and this.
But we have to trust that the now conglomerate grocery stores are going to lower prices. And why would they? Their shareholders would love the additional margin. I mean, prices don't go down.
They just may not go
Well,
up as
and
much.
I think
Exactly.
Stacey's point is exactly right. It never goes back. It just stays where it's at. It stays flat, and we get used to it.
Right. Oh, right. Now that's frustrating. Yeah, Frank Milstead there with just killing my vibe already.
No, but I mean, you just got to get used to it. It's crazy.
You just grin and bear it. Stacey Pearson, Ricardo Reyes. This is the 5 o'clock face-off. Tell you what, come back on the other side. Has ICE conducted themselves professionally? It's a question a lot of people are asking. We're going to dig into it. It's coming up next. This is the face-off.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, I'm sending you over to Red Mountain Weight Loss because, guys, here's the question. You have low testosterone. You know, maybe you do. Maybe you aren't sleeping well. You know, you kind of have the brain fog going. Maybe the love life could be a lot better. Okay. A lot of men have this issue. It's super easy to fix. All you do is go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Mention Gatos. I'm going to save you a few bucks before you walk in the door. No startup fee. Mention Gatos. No startup fee. Fix your low T. How do you do it? Prescription testosterone. The doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss will help you. You will sleep better. You will think better. It'll go better for you in the gym. You'll start building some muscle. And your love life will get better. All you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
The Brooklyn Bedding Black Friday sale is here. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is now 30% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Visit one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Valley locations and make sure to mention KTAR News for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
Coming up on 5:30, good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Portions of Maricopa County, particularly the West Valley, are under a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Lots and lots of rain is falling from Litchfield Park and Avondale right through downtown Glendale and moving on into Phoenix. It's bringing with it a flood warning through 7:30 tonight. The National Weather Service in Phoenix says some areas could possibly get up to an inch of rain. Cooler temperatures are here to stay as well. We are not expected to see 70 again until early next week. We'll keep you updated about the rain and the thunderstorms. The city of Tempe wants to protect those who come to enjoy their nightlife. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center with the details.
The Tempe City Council is working to draft a first-of-its-kind ordinance to crack down on drink spiking. Councilman Randy Keating tells KTAR feedback from nearly 20 students found 11% have been the victim of drink spiking, and 60% said they knew someone who had.
When someone spikes a drink, it's often for the purposes of committing a much, much more serious crime. I'm very optimistic that Tempe is going to pass an ordinance, and I would hope that other cities in the valley follow suit.
They're looking into making drink test kits and glass covers available at Tempe establishments. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The Trump administration is requiring U.S. cities focus more funding on addiction services and short-term housing in their response to homelessness. Amy St. Peter with the Maricopa Association of Governments says that means fewer dollars for long-term housing that she says is critical for keeping people off the streets. She adds it could lead to a 30% increase in Valley unsheltered homelessness. Well, we've got plenty of rain falling, so let's check those wet roads now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
That we do, Becky Lynn. Not looking great in Phoenix. We have a whopping 35-minute delay. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound starting from 27th Avenue all the way to Avondale Boulevard. All I see is a line of red, so make sure to keep your eyes off your phone and on the roads. And if you can, try to keep a good distance between the person in front of you and behind you. Phoenix, we have flooding on the roadway. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 83rd Avenue. Glendale, crash block on the right lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 59th Avenue. The Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is a proud supporter of KTR's Outspoken for families in need, benefiting UMOM New Day Center Collection Drive. To learn more about UMOM and how you can help, text CARE to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
59 for our overnight low. That rain is going to continue through the evening off and on and right on into Thursday with a high on Thursday at 64. Once again, a severe thunderstorm warning's in effect and a flood warning until 7:30. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, second half of the 5 o'clock face-off every Wednesday. We start at 5, we go till 6. We've got our panel right in front of us. Ricardo Reyes, U.S. Marine Corps veteran, Executive Director of Vets Forward. We've got Stacy Pearson, Democratic strategist. Retired Colonel Frank Milstead, Arizona Department of Public Safety. We've gone through the Epstein stuff. We talked about the affordability dilemma the president is having. Let's talk about ICE. So beginning of the year, the president said, we're going to go after the worst of the worst. And I said, good. I think we all had an issue with President Biden letting the whole world come in unchecked. And I was fine with the first few months of what I saw with ICE, and now I'm not. I don't like to see Americans dragged out of cars. There's certainly, 1-year-old was gassed a week ago. We had a 67-year-old U.S. citizen, broken ribs after he was dragged out of the car. I don't know what's going on, but let me ask the law enforcement gentlemen in the room. Has ICE conducted itself professionally? Because I'm not seeing it anymore. I think that there has been a massive change after the first couple months of the year.
I think simply put, there are incredibly good women and men who work for ICE, who work at a super high level every day. And then I think there's others who are driven by this numbers game that is driven by the administration. I think you can see it on TV in the interviews. I think you can see it in the stories. And as a veteran law enforcement person, I would tell you that we were never driven by numbers. It's not about the numbers. It's about the ethical work that you do. It's about if you're going to remove people and you're going to say they're the worst of the worst, well, go do your work and make sure you're removing those people. And we talked at the break a little bit about them chasing the two men that ran. And
was that in Charlotte?
Yeah, it was in Charlotte, and they were in a parking lot. And again, it's not against the law to run, and you can chase them down, and you can say, yeah, one got away. Well, what was the crime? And because running is not a crime, and it makes me outraged that you're going to make law enforcement look in a really negative light when we've spent so much time over the last 10 years coming back into the mainstream where people were starting to support law enforcement again. And now they're starting to muddy that water to a degree that I think a lot of Americans are questioning the same thing that you said, Gatos.
Well, I know that you say your concern is that all law enforcement's going to get kind of lumped in with the what do you call it, the reality TV show we're seeing.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. I mean, because it's human nature, and it's just the way people think, and there's a proper way to do things, and this isn't it.
Ricardo, this isn't the proper way to do things, is it?
It's never been the proper way to do things, to take people who have been, building their lives here for decades, who have family and kids here, and now because the Supreme Court decided that it's okay for brown people to just be stopped because they're brown, or because we speak Spanish, or because your last name is like me, Reyes, right? Like, oh, because he rolled his R's. So here's my thing. So I grew up in Maryville, right? I grew up being chased by cops every once in a while. And they would show up we would be hanging out at a park, and they'd show up, and yeah, we would run because we were scared of the cops.
You weren't doing anything wrong? They weren't approaching you or anything?
I was a square, especially by Maryville standards.
I was running, but I had alcohol. In that same West Side Park, my friend.
Here's the difference. Like, I would always be profiled as a, brown, teenager who was hanging out with his friends, and we were all jocks. Me and my friends were all jocks. I was captain of the football team, captain of the wrestling team. I graduated high school with a 3.8 GPA. But if I showed up to a street corner with my friends and the cops showed up, I was scared because I knew what was going to happen.
They didn't even have to get out of their car.
No, they didn't need to get out of the car. As soon as they pulled up and stopped, I was like, hey, I'm not going to wait for them to tell me, like, this is what we're doing.
It's okay to run.
So now I find my whole community, like, yeah, okay, hey, you grew up in Maryville, you grew up in South Tucson, you grew up in South Phoenix, you grew up with that. Now, even affluent brown people are feeling the heat. Even people who might have once supported the Cuban community, who supported Donald Trump by huge numbers, are now all over social media saying that they feel betrayed, all over social media crying because their family members are being taken. And let me tell you what.
So when you say feeling the heat, what does that mean? That they're staying inside their house?
They're scared, and that was the whole point. The whole point of this was to scare our community into, like the Latino community, into either, like I said, self-deporting or just leaving if you're here legally. They don't care. They don't want us here because the people who came up with this system, people like Stephen Miller, their whole problem is that Latinos are going to be the majority in the United States by 2065. And they're scared of being the minority. I don't know why. We're told that minorities are treated the best in the whole world. If you want to be a minority, you should be a minority in the United States because this is the best place ever. But when they're threatened with becoming a minority, they're freaking the F out, right? So my problem is right now that we have people who are like the veteran who just got deported, Jose Barco. He just got deported and because...
Don't brush over that.
Is that a Phoenix story?
That is not a Phoenix story, but there is another veteran from Phoenix who was Marlon Paris, who was also deported. Right. But the reason I want to point out Barco is because they tried to deport him to Venezuela. Venezuela didn't take him, so he came back. He went to like 5 or 6 different detention centers. He ended up just quitting. He's like, hey, he had appeals left. But he stopped because the treatment at these facilities, at these ICE detention facilities, is so horrible. This is a man who spent 15 years in a federal penitentiary. He said, and he went to war, active duty combat, where his convoy was blown up. He picked up his vehicle. His vehicle was on fire. He got blown out. He looked back. He saw that there were 2 soldiers on fire. He ran back. He picked up the freaking Humvee as he was on fire. He literally burned alive for this country and pull these people out into safety. He said he'd rather be back doing that than be at ICE detention centers, because that's how cruel they treat them. They treat them like animals. We already know of the people that they made them eat food out of a freaking bowl like a dog. We know that there's women and men who have tried to take their own lives, even after signing their voluntary deportation, and 3-4 months later they're still there. They're desperate to get out of these places, and that to the point where, like Sergeant Barco, he's like, I quit, just send me home, just send me anywhere.
Stacey, would this be happening now if Biden wasn't so lax on the border?
Of course it would.
You think so?
I mean, look at this is not new for Arizona. We did this in 2014, 15, 16 with Sheriff Joe, when he went from taking immigration enforcement, moving it from the worst of the worst, the definition of the folks that were trafficking people, and moved it to just rounding up the guys cleaning Mesa City Hall.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
of
yeah,
all
literally,
people,
yeah.
Literally, the cleaning crew,
at
Mesa City Hall
picked up by.
But not to bring everything back to politics, but there are political consequences to behaving like this, and we saw it with Arpaio. I mean, he lost by 12.5 points after a 24-year run. I mean, this is people start to hear the stories, and it solidifies that these are real people in your community whose your daughter played softball with.
Right.
And they're being tortured and tormented, and they served our country. They served the community. This is somebody who used to bake at the bake sale, and she's not coming to the events anymore for fear that she's going to get deported.
Let's give Frank Milstead the last word here, because we're running out of time.
No, I can't disagree with anything they said, because I watched what happened. I was at Phoenix PD during the 1070 years. I took over Mesa PD as the chief of police right after the raid on the city hall. I saw the consequences of it, and what it besides the fact that these people are victimized, the other thing is then the Hispanic population, or whatever population you're targeting, they won't come to police for help, and then you have race-on-race crime, and they get victimized yet again. Everybody has to be treated as a citizen, or at least as a person. Treat people with respect and dignity, and you will get that back. You can't just go out and target people because of their race. It doesn't work. It never has, and it's horrible to see.
Appreciate the sentiment. That is Colonel Frank Milstead. She's Stacey Pearson. This is Ricardo Reyes. The face-off continues. Coming up next, why did Trump host a man who murdered an American journalist? And, by the way, defend him. We'll talk about it next. This is the face-off.
All right, the Arizona Painting Company can come to your house, get that house painted, so you've got a perfectly beautiful exterior of your home during the holidays. So they get very busy during the holidays, as you could well imagine. I've used this company for 2 decades. I've been talking about them for 2 decades here in afternoons. And I'm telling you, they're the best. Most skilled painters in Phoenix. They treat your home like it is their own. So think about it. Maybe you're having Christmas dinner, Christmas Eve. You're having a New Year's Eve party. You're having folks over for Thanksgiving. You can get the house painted. It's very simple. All you do is text the word paint to 620-620. You text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll bounce you back a text that tells you everything about the Arizona Painting Company, and it includes a discount. So when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Hey, it's Mike Bruno. courtroom had accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The rain's been falling in buckets in parts of the West Valley late this afternoon. Forecaster Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service has been watching.
The main impact has been a lot of accumulating small hail and very intense rainfall.
Benedict says the rainfall will begin to back off as we move into the night, with the rain activity shifting more toward the east overnight and tomorrow. Meanwhile, there's a ground stop in effect at Sky Harbor until 6 o'clock due to the storms. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Well, we know the planes aren't moving right now, but let's see how the roads look. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix is not looking too much better. We still have a 35-minute delay. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound, starting from 27th Avenue all the way to Avondale Boulevard. All I see is a line of red, so be mindful of that. Eyes off the phone and on the road. Next in Tolson, we have flooding on the roadway at I-10 eastbound near 91st Avenue. Tolson again with flooding on the roadway I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 83rd Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
The Phoenix Suns have a new coach, a new GM, and some new young and talented players, but some things remain the same, like D. Book and D. Schwartz. That's Dr. Schwartz for those asking. Yes, the team eye doctor of your Suns is back for his 26th season. While he may not be able to dribble behind his back, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. So for those of you interested in LASIK surgery, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering free consults in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
All right, Advanced Window Products. Hey, Joe was over at the house earlier today. He's taking some measurements. We're getting new windows. Here's the deal, and there is a deal. It is Black Friday. Even I'm taking advantage of Advanced Window Products Black Friday sale. Why? Because it's awesome. Here it is. When you mention Gatos, you purchase 10 windows or more, you receive their largest discount of the year of $3,500. What a terrific opportunity to upgrade your home with their high-quality windows. I am doing just that. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Why? Because I know Advanced Window Products. They'll build the windows for you. They install the windows for you. They guarantee the windows for life. 480-764-2002. I just don't hire anybody. I only hire the best. And they are a local company, family-owned and operated. They've been doing this for 40 years. They know what's going on. They know how to do their job. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Really appreciate our guests making time for us today. A reminder, this is all on YouTube. You can check us on the KTAR YouTube channel. In studio with us right now, Ricardo Reyes, a Marine Corps vet, and the executive director of Vets Forward, Stacy Pearson, co-founder of Lumen Strategies and a Democrat strategist. And that's right, Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Colonel Frank. It's always Colonel Frank to me. He's always will
I
be.
like that.
Right. As well you should. You earn the rank, right?
Well, and now that you have this new racing program, I mean, it actually warms my heart a little bit because I like it. So
All right. Well, there you
we
go,
will continue to
Colonel.
bond
All right.
over this.
Deal. All right. We had I think, again, there is no bottom, but we had a bizarre moment in the Oval Office in the White House when the Saudi Crown Prince, MBS is what he goes by, was hosted by President Trump, and they were taking questions. And it wasn't the type of questions maybe that they wanted.
Yeah, so there was, I think it was Mary Bruce from ABC asked this question.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office.
Who are you with?
Why should Americans trust
Who are you with?
And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the
But the
worst.
question is...
So boring.
Nothing she said was fake, by the way. Everything she said was factually correct.
It's such
just
an
to be
old,
clear.
it's such an old act, by the way.
The CIA came out and said the Crown Prince ordered the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, American citizen, because he wrote things that the Saudis didn't like.
So the question from the woman from ABC News is completely justified. Both parts of it. If you don't want people asking questions, Mr. President, don't bring anybody into the Oval Office anymore. It's boring now. The fake news, so boring. All right, here is what he said about Khashoggi, who was tortured and murdered and cut up into pieces, I think.
Dismembered.
As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
Ask not what your country can do for you, or things happen.
Things happen.
You know.
Let me just say this. If you don't ask those questions, you're not doing your job.
Correct.
Sorry if you don't like the question.
Agreed.
But the question was good, and you can answer the question, and they never did.
Well, I think more importantly, the reporter asked it respectfully.
He didn't think so.
Well, but he
didn't like the content.
Well, and I understand you may not.
He also didn't like the tone.
Well,
I'm just.
It was a woman, so.
Well, we get hysterical. She probably hadn't slept. Maybe she was hungry. Who knows?
Finish your point
No, I'm
there.
just saying that it was respectful because I watch all kinds of people ask questions that are not respectful and they're very inflammatory of the president. And I would tell you that's got to get old, even for a guy that is as good as he is at putting up with the attacks. But it was a respectful asked question. The one that happened on the plane, the first time she asked a question, it was respectful. And then for him to fire back and call her a name instead of just saying, "Hey, I'm done talking to you," that is just, you have to be. Again, I know I make everybody in the room crazy. I just want him to be a statesman now and then. That's all. I'm going to stop.
But let's not laugh at that.
Yeah, there's no chance of it happening.
Well, again, that is
the leader of the free world.
No, I understand that, but yes, he should be a statesman at times, and I just. You almost give up on it.
He should act like if you.
He's not presidential. He'll never be presidential.
I've always been told
Give
in the
me once
military.
in a while, you know.
Yeah. If you give the respect that you get. Like if you give respect, you're gonna get respect. When has Donald Trump ever given a female reporters respect?
I don't know. I'm
sure
sure he
like
has.
I said, not even the ones that are aligned with him. So my problem with this is that you're right. The Saudi Crown Prince did orchestrate the murder of an American citizen.
Yes.
As the president of the United States of America, he should be pissed off at that.
Yes.
He shouldn't be like, oh, well, things happen. People like them.
But
some
he has
people
a couple
didn't.
billion reasons not to.
Gee, I wonder why what that has to do with anything.
The Saudi family invested $2 billion with Jared Kushner. There's, by the way, Trump Tower Jeddah is coming. That's not a joke.
Well, again, not to bring everything back to political consequence, but going into November, we're going to see some of these factions that were so solidly behind Trump, including the majority of the veteran community, law enforcement. Some of these folks we already see are peeling off.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I never thought I'd see that.
That's crazy.
White women. I mean, we see these groups going, wait a second, I didn't sign up for that.
Suburban moms.
Suburban moms.
That,
like, look, I wanted him to make the country safer, improve the economy. That's not happening. This guy's making me mad.
Guys, tremendous face-off. Thank you all for being here. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you.
You look like you're going to say something to me, Frank. I was really worried.
I had to stop myself.
Okay, good.
We're good. I just want you to know how much I love you, Bruce.
I appreciate it.
Rip him off the air.
Yeah. That's Colonel Frank, Stacey Pearson, Ricardo Reyes. If you missed any of it, you can go back and watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel. It is the 5 o'clock face-off every Wednesday, 5 o'clock right here. Hey, coming up next, we're going to talk to the outspoken weather bunny because we've got some severe weather out there. Ian Schwartz joins us next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. If you're looking to transform your home, hire my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I always like to use the term deep dive. You know, I did a deep dive into companies here in the Valley that do custom blinds and shutters and shades. And I looked at about 10 to 12 companies because I wanted blinds and shutters and shades in the house. We need them. And Southwest Blinds and Shutters stood out very far above all the rest. And so I've hired them. And I've also asked them to give you a deal. So let's do this thing, right? Southwest Blinds and Shutters, it's their Buy More, Save More special with up to 30% off. This is a November deal only. You buy more, you save more. It's a supersized special with up to 30% off. We've hired them. We've got some blinds and shutters in the rooms that it's going to happen over the next month, and we're absolutely excited about it. You can get a free in-home consultation, just like I did. How do you contact them? Super easy. SouthwestBlinds.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Find something extraordinary this season at the Genesis Signature Event and enjoy 0.99% APR financing on select vehicles through December 1st. Take advantage of this exceptional offer on our most popular Genesis models, including the 2026 G70, GV70, GV80, and GV80 Coupe, plus select 2025 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models with approved credit. Discover the perfect balance of performance, innovation, and refined design at Genesis of Scottsdale. Our team is dedicated to delivering an effortless and sophisticated buying experience from the moment you arrive to the drive home. Experience modern luxury today at Genesis of Scottsdale, conveniently located on North Scottsdale Road, or visit us online at genesisofscottsdale.com to learn more.
Exclusions apply. 0.99% APR for up to 36 months. Is $28.20 per 1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers on select 2025 and 2026 Genesis models. Subject to credit approval by Genesis Finance. Not all will qualify. Down payment may be required. Must take delivery from retail stock by 12/1/25. Most new vehicles include a protection package with lifetime window tint, door edge guards, and handle cup guards priced at $618 plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did you know that if you have an 800 credit score or higher, there is a 95% chance that you're in the wrong mortgage? People with excellent credit excel in a Life Changer loan where they can bank inside their mortgage. In fact, our average client pays off their home in just 5 years without changing a dollar of spending habit. Pay down, pay off, borrow back on your terms. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center tonight. We have gotten word of a partial roof collapse at the Desert Sky Mall. Phoenix Fire Department says crews are on the scene right now at the mall in the area of Thomas Road and 75th Avenue. This as some strong storms have been moving through portions of the West Valley late in the afternoon and tonight. We are waiting for some more details. We'll bring those to you as we get them. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Now, this storm moving across the valley so far has brought a mix of rain, wind, and hail. National Weather Service meteorologist Sean Benedict says most of the fall and hail has been around the size of a pea.
We've been seeing some videos of streets and even highways with accumulated hail on the road, causing slowdowns and a lot of slush. It almost looks like snow.
Benedict says we could see the scattered showers through tomorrow morning.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
A local agency that leads the Valley's response to homelessness says the federal government is creating some serious challenges for their efforts. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, the Maricopa Association of Governments, or MAG, is responsible for dispersing federal dollars sent to the Valley for homeless solutions. Amy St. Peter with MAG says the Trump administration has taken money back awarded last year for grants in effect now, causing concerns for early next year.
So some of the grantees, they'll actually start going unfunded in February, which is particularly problematic because HUD has announced that they will release the awards in May of 2026.
She also says there's new changes on funding rules that could lead to 1,400 drop in long-term housing units available in the Valley. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
President Trump says he will sign a bill compelling the Justice Department to release its files on sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. ABC's Olivia Rubin on what those files could contain.
What we've been hearing a lot about are emails, right, of Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly more of that could be in there. But there are other documents that could possibly in there, like records of who went to his homes, records of who went on his plane to his island, and certainly some of that has already been released as well. But we're talking about hundreds of gigabytes of data, as the DOJ said, and what's in there really remains to be seen.
The criminal case against former FBI Director James Comey now in serious doubt after a stunning admission in court by Trump's handpicked prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan. Comey's lawyer calling for the judge to throw out the case. Here's more from ABC News senior investigative reporter Aaron Katursky.
The judge is now weighing the actions of this prosecutor who lacks criminal experience and who acknowledged she never showed the full grand jury the final copy of the indictment. There are more written arguments to come, but the case against James Comey seems to be hanging by a thread.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today rose 47 points, while the S&P was up 24, and the NASDAQ jumped 131. For more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Wet roads out there tonight. Let's check in with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a 35-minute delay starting from I-10 Papago Freeway westbound from 7th Avenue all the way to Avondale Boulevard. All I see is a line of red, so keep your eyes off your phone and on the road and try to give your neighbor in front of you and behind you a little bit of space. Phoenix with flooding on the roadway, I-17 northbound near Camelback Road. Tolleson with flooding on the roadway as well at I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 91st Avenue. This report is brought to you by Treyvac Roofing. serving neighbors through every storm to keep your home safe and dry. With Travac Roofing, call now at 480-367-1171. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
The National Weather Service has extended the flash flood warning until 8:45 tonight as we still have some heavy rain and thunderstorms in the valley. Overnight low 59 tomorrow. That rain will probably continue at least in the morning hours. 64 for the high. It's 59 degrees in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until 8:45 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. At 5:52 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, the public reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area as well as accumulation hail. Between 0.25 and 1 inch of rain has fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 0.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: public reported. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, Avondale, Goodyear, El Mirage, Tolleson, Youngtown, Sun City, Cashin, Litchfield Park, Glendale Sports Complex, Downtown Glendale, Camelback Ranch, Downtown Peoria, Arrowhead Mall, Metro Center, Phoenix International Raceway, Estrella Mountain Park, and Deer Valley Airport. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 8:45 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the following county: Maricopa, Arizona.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, final hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
What in the world am I seeing on the roadways in Phoenix?
It's a little I'm getting text messages at 620 of people sending me messages of like what it looks like out in the West Valley.
It looks like back east, and it looks like there's snow and slush all over highways.
Yeah, I think it's hail.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Can we call our weather bunny? Do you know if he's available?
I hope he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Schwartz is joining us.
Here. Yay!
AZ family. He's
good evening, Ian.
The outspoken weather bunny. What is this crap on the ground?
What is on?
This?
Oh my gosh, it is wild, especially in places like Tolleson. They probably had like 1, maybe 1.5 inches of hail fall on the ground. Glendale got whacked. Up by Anthem, Deer Valley, they are getting slammed right now, but pretty impressive stuff. The pictures are crazy that are floating around social media right now.
Can you explain what these pictures look like to everybody? Because I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, this is not where we live.
It looks like when you're back east, when there's slush on the road. You know, you got a little track where the cars are going through and you've got all this stuff piled up.
Goodness.
Yeah, if you renovated your home and you scraped off all the popcorn from the ceiling, just put that everywhere all over the roads.
Yeah.
You know, we don't see a ton of hail.
No, we don't.
In Phoenix because it's so warm. Even when we do get storms, it's usually not cold enough. What you need for hail is a really, really tall thunderstorm. We're talking like 40, 50, 60,000 feet. And then you get pieces of rain essentially that freeze. And then as they fall, they're getting pushed up into the thunderstorm and getting a fresh coating of hail. And that happens again and again and again until the little hailstone is too heavy and then it comes down. So this is some pretty powerful storms, and when we get the hail, that means they're very, very high in the atmosphere, gusty winds, and even a ton of rain. So that's why Becky Lynn was mentioning some of those flash flood warnings.
Yeah, so appreciative Ian Schwartz could join us on such a short notice. AZ family reporter,
He's
host,
not doing
meteorologist.
any-
He isn't doing a damn
He's
thing.
not doing a
right
damn
now.
thing. He
He's
can
not
join
doing
us.
it. He's
Look at him. He's in an AS
he's in his
sweatshirt.
hoodie.
I mean, come on.
He's just chilling.
Hey,
Yeah.
I got a question. Did you call for the hail earlier this morning, or did you miss that?
We did call for it. We said that.
Really?
We said there was hail potential.
Run the tape
There's a little more. Just a little more than I thought. I thought it'd be a little more isolated, but yeah, we did think there would be the potential for that this morning.
Look at
but
that.
no, yeah, I'm ready for you guys. This is my bedtime. I'm just getting.
I know.
You know the little bear on the sleepy time tea package with the little hat.
Wait a minute.
That's me. As soon as I get off.
What time do you have to get up for the morning show?
Yeah, what time do you have to get up?
I get up at 3:30 in the morning.
Terrific. Oh, you poor thing. I do want to take it semi-seriously only because it looks like, certainly in some areas, Ian, there is so much rain. Again, in such a short period of time, we're seeing some of that flash flooding. We're seeing flooded washes. I remind everybody once again, you don't drive into flooded washes. You don't know how deep it is. You don't know how swift it is. It can wash away cars. I know that that's a concern, and we've actually had a couple of water rescues already today.
Yeah, for sure. We do have no active severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have flash flood warnings over Peoria and Glendale. Up by Anthem, if you're heading up to 17, or if you live in that area and that's where you're heading after work, it's getting pretty hairy up there. And then near Central Phoenix, we got some rain rolling in. And then I'm looking at another batch, which is down by Maricopa, but it is pushing to the north and the east. And I think it's going to be an active evening and overnight.
Oh.
And you're absolutely right about the flash flooding. We always say, turn around, don't drown. I can't tell you how many stories I've covered over 20 years of doing this where it looks fine on the surface, but then down below, the road has literally caved in. And so you just get one tire that leans onto that empty, where the road was.
Sure.
The car flips, and it's often met with, tragic consequence.
Yeah. Again, it just, I knew we were going to have a storm, but yeah, this one seemed to, it got a little severe kind of quick. And a lot of people I know, just as the sun was setting, said there is a wall of black moving across the West Valley. It looked ominous.
Yeah, that is a particular type of cloud. It's called a shelf cloud, and it looks like it has this very, very large shelf. And what happens is you get cold air rushing out of a thunderstorm, and it collides with this kind of warm, moist air ahead of it. And so it quickly cools and condenses that and forms this cloud that looks like a shelf. And often people think it is, they call it like a spaceship cloud. It does look like Independence Day type stuff.
Yeah.
Or they think it's associated with a tornado. Often confused for a wall cloud, which would be a tornadic cloud, but we're not really anticipating anything like that with these types of clouds.
That's what
but hail and severe weather, but just not tornadoes.
That's what meteorology school will do for
Pretty
you.
good.
He did a great job explaining.
That's how you
it,
become
didn't he?
the outspoken weather bunny.
That is, solid. Shelf cloud.
All right, go
I'm
to
Googling
sleep.
that.
Go to bed. You got to get up early.
We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ian.
All right, take care. Be safe out there.
All right, that's Ian Schwartz, AZ Family. He's on every morning.
It's remarkable what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate it. People, I wasn't sure what I was getting because, when people start texting 620, it could go one of two ways. But I was getting and it says click to view image, and I'm like, all right, what am I getting here? And I'm like, whoa. And again, it looks like, I lived back east long enough, or in Chicago. It looks like slush.
Yeah. Oh, no,
right?
It is slush.
It's slush.
Yeah. I mean, we love to take pictures of the weather.
Oh, we get nuts about the weather.
Some of us like to take pictures of our food.
Yep, there's that.
Some of us like to take pictures of the weather. And I'll tell you, haven't seen this in a long time.
Yeah.
You usually get like one day. One day where there would be just a little bit of super light snow, just
dusting,
a dusting. Very well done.
Yes.
This is not a dusting. This is like, I'm just going to say it. If you were to put your foot in the slush, your whole foot's going to be engulfed.
Wow.
That's how much slush we got going on. So if you're on the roads, if you're on the highways, be super careful because we're seeing white highways.
Yeah. And listen, it's going to make them slippery. Duh.
We see expected delays in the I-10 in the West Valley due to some of the flooding on the roadway. And remember, all that slush turns to water, and it gets very nasty out there.
Yeah.
So don't go 90 today.
And there's parts on the freeway, I-10, where we're seeing such large puddles where like entire lanes are blocked. You got to be super careful. I actually saw this during that last big rain we had, where people were just trucking along like in the fast lane, and the carpool lane was flooded.
Oh, it's terrible.
And they hit it at like full speed. And by the way, it slows your car down like 40 mile an hour instantly. Yeah. And then a lot of people, they were spinning out or hitting the concrete and stuff. So be careful of that standing water. Not only can you hydroplane, but if it's deep enough, I mean, you're just going to come to a stop.
Just crawl home. Don't.
Be careful.
Be careful, because this is really insane weather.
Yeah, I don't know who these people are. Please don't get me wrong, but I'm getting, because all I get is a phone number. But this guy's making snowballs. I love it.
Yeah.
He's at making snowballs.
Especially in Tolleson, I'm seeing a lot of pictures, and it looks like it has snowed.
Yeah, it literally
And
does.
I don't think it's, I mean, is there a difference between snow and slush? It's all white.
Yeah.
What's the difference? I'm sure there's a difference.
Yeah,
but
a lot of roads backed up out there. A lot of flooding out in the West Valley. Please be careful.
You know what?
Do be smart.
Why don't we go till 8 tonight? Let the roads get all no good, clear, and we order a pie. A little pizza.
There's pizza involved. Okay, hold on a second. You're speaking my language.
There you go.
Becky Lynn is going to update you, again, not just on the weather, but the other things you need to know. Enrique's going to get up to speed on the traffic issues out there. And then coming up next, is this the first generation that'll do worse than their parents? We'll talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center tonight. We are getting word of a partial roof collapse at the Desert Sky Mall. Phoenix Fire Department says the crews are on the scene right now at the mall, which is near Thomas Road and 75th Avenue. And, of course, this happened as the strong storms that have been moving through portions of the West Valley late this afternoon and this evening hit particularly hard in that area. We're waiting to get more details, but once again, word of a partial roof collapse at the Desert Sky Mall in the West Valley. We'll bring you more details as we get them. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's get you home safely in all of this stormy weather. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky Lynn, it's not looking great. Phoenix, we're at a whopping 1-hour delay. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound, starting from Central Avenue all the way to 75th. Tolson with a 34-minute delay. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound from 107th Avenue to 67th Avenue. Just a reminder, if you don't think you can make it, if you see flooding, get out, pull over to the side, get out, go find a parking spot or something. It's not worth the risk. And if you're on the highways, make sure to have your lights on. Be mindful of the space between you and your neighbor. This report is brought to you by AmWa, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water securities that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Quick shout out to everyone in Whitman. What's up, Whitman and the Whitmanians? Thank you for listening. Shout out to Whitman.
We'll get back to the weather in a few minutes, but my goodness, we are seeing a weird storm of flooding and hail and white stuff on the ground.
And by the way, Feel free to keep texting me your pictures. I'm getting pictures and videos.
I'm not allowed to see the text.
Not normally.
I don't
But
know.
you do like looking at these.
I do like looking at those.
Yeah, some crazy weather fix. So we'll get back to that in just a little
let's
bit.
see.
Yeah.
We got an inch of rain, Bell and 43rd
Bell and
Avenue.
43rd, okay.
An inch of rain, Grand and 59th?
Yeah, somewhere in there. So yeah, it's West Valley. It's strongest, I would say, between the 17 and the 101 west is kind of, that corridor through there. And that's really where a lot of the storm activity and a lot of the hail has been. And that's where we know the Desert Sky Mall is. And we're hearing of a partial roof collapse there as well.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, you couple this storm with the one at the end of summer.
Last week in September.
Where there were highways that were flooded and people had to be rescued.
Yeah.
Remember, oh gosh, poor Becky Lynn got in an accident.
Becky Lynn destroyed her.
Because of
sorry,
a down
we brought that up.
tree.
I'm sorry, that just brought her up.
No, but it just putting it into perspective.
Yeah, that it can happen. I was even trying to avoid, ending up tangled up in trees, and there was one in the middle of the road.
It was in the middle of the road because, and we've had a lot of strong wind. And a lot of rain, and so
the micro burst in Tempe, and Becky Lynn right into a tree with other people that did the same thing.
Yeah, I was not the only one.
No. Mm-mm. That's crazy.
It's
all right, we'll get
another
back to
crazy
weather in a few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to keep you updated on it. Obviously, stay on top of it. Make sure that you guys know what you need to know and hopefully get you home safe as well.
I did not expect that today.
No, it's a little out of the blue. I thought it was going to rain.
I knew it was going to rain.
Anything other than that.
I didn't think it would sleet and have slush all over the highways.
Can we make fun of the olds for a second?
Now, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
What is the age for, you like to say the olds, what is that age?
Anybody older than me?
Most people older than you are dead.
Hey!
All right, let's make fun of them.
The baby boomers.
Okay.
Yeah, 75 and up, I think, is kind of a...
I thought you said older than you.
Oh, here we go again. They are the richest generation by far.
Shouldn't they be? They've been here longer and accumulated more money.
They've also had time to spend more of it.
Well,
but they've accumulated wealth, not just money, wealth.
I like wealth.
And
it's a good word.
Oh,
it's a great word.
And the difference is that when you look at that generation and you start looking at the generations behind them, it's getting increasingly more difficult for your kids to do better than you. And as a matter of fact, we might be at the point now where this is going to be the kids coming up today is going to be the first generation literally does worse than their parents, at least financially, how we define that.
Okay, so let's start with housing. Like if you grew up in the 70s under Jimmy Carter, like the numbers were 20,
you bought your house
20
what
percent?
Oh, the interest rates.
18?
Yeah, they were crazy in the 70s. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
We had an oil embargo. There was crazy times.
So if you were launching, in the 70s, you had a very tough time
coming out of the Vietnam War. Things were but then things turned around.
Okay, you're right.
And they bought their first house for $36,000, and they
isn't that crazy?
You know what I'm saying? And they started squirreling away some money, maybe in the stock market. They invented this thing called a 401k.
Mm-hmm.
The government endorsed this. You don't pay even taxes on it, for goodness sakes. Go right in there, and they started accumulating wealth, and they did it at a time that the economy, the stock market, the housing market, all acknowledging there have been some dips along the way. I'm not trying to brush over that.
There's always
but
going
if
to
you
be
look
that.
at 10, 20, 30, 40-year trajectory, they've been on an uphill run.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like that opportunity exists for this generation.
Okay, so we've got it particularly difficult at times to purchase a home, even though rates are down.
Even a starter house, it's difficult.
Yep, a lot of people have had to move to the outskirts a bit. That's what happens with growth. That's what happens with, thousands of people moving to the valley.
I think you gloss over it a little bit. I think you're glossing over it because I think there's a difference between, hey, if you want a big house and a big yard, you're going to have to live out in the suburbs. You're not going to live in the middle of town. 100%. That's the truth. But just the opportunity to get in and own a home
is hard.
The bar is so much higher than it even was for you and I.
Oh, it's much harder. Isn't it?
Listen.
It's much harder.
I didn't even borrow money when I bought my first home.
You paid cash?
No. I meant I didn't have to borrow money for the down payment because it wasn't that much.
I see. Yeah. I mean, when I bought my first house, I was probably 28. The house was 2,000 square feet. That's pretty good. All on one floor, and it was $235,000. I mean, I'm guessing that house
That
right
house
now,
today? Oh, God.
7?
At least.
Right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say at least. I would
Yeah.
say it's got to be 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I don't think more.
I built a brand new house out in Ahwatukee, of all places.
Yeah.
I had 4 bedrooms. I don't even have 3 friends. Made no sense whatsoever. Yeah. But I was like, well, they were like, well, that's what you can afford. I'm like, okay.
I mean, part of it is, good policies in America. Also, it is luck. I mean, when if you're 28 right now, you're not going to be able to buy a home like I did.
No way.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
Right.
The game has changed.
Sure. And the price always goes up. We get that. But it went up really fast.
Pay was going up at the same time. Right. When your parents bought their house for $36,000, their pay was going up along, with it too. It was commensurate. All right. Hey, we want to get you up to speed again with the crazy weather that's happening, especially West Valley. Again, the storm itself and some of the flash flooding concerns kind of heading up towards the Anthem area. If you think of a storm moving from the southwest to the northeast
But what
across the
people
valley.
are talking about is the slush and the hail.
Hail!
It looks like Minnesota. In Arizona, it looks like New York. It's Chicago.
I'm getting tons of pictures. I can't wait to talk about it. Yeah, it's coming up next. We'll dig into the weather right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
So to be clear, I am a self-described watch nerd. I admit it. And I go to Oliver Smith Jeweler just because it's where any self-respecting watch nerd spends time. But you know what I learned? I learned something about gold. Yeah. Do you know that gold has hit an all-time high? Literally. And your old gold jewelry, or maybe that old gold watch, could be worth a lot more than you think. Now, this might be something that you just don't wear anymore. Maybe it's not in style, it's not the fashion, or maybe you inherited it. It's just been sitting in a box. You could turn that into cash, and you could do it right now. That's right, Oliver Smith Jeweler. Now, why would you trust them? Well, how about this? Over 40 years of doing this in the Valley. It's not some traveling gypsy show that's going to rip you off and never see another nickel again. No. And at Oliver Smith Jeweler, you could either take the money, right? They'll give you a fair appraisal and you can walk out with cash, or maybe you can use it for something that you might actually wear, a piece of jewelry, a present, or a watch. Listen, Oliver Smith Jeweler, that's the place. Find them online at oliversmithjeweler.com or visit any of their 2 Scottsdale locations. How about inside the Fashion Square Mall or the flagship store at Scottsdale Gainey Ranch? Remember, that's oliversmithjeweler.com.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto, a new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6:31. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump has signed the measure that overwhelmingly passed through Congress yesterday, which authorizes the release of the Epstein files. This comes after just one House Republican voted against the release, while the bill passed through the Senate with no opposition. President Trump had been very vocal in his opposition against the release of the files over the last several weeks, calling the Epstein investigation a hoax on a number of occasions. Late last week, he reversed himself and encouraged Republicans to vote in favor of releasing the files. With the president's signature, the Department of Justice now has 30 days to release those files. Once again, President Trump has signed the measure that passed through Congress yesterday, ordering the release of the Epstein files. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
KTAR Storm Watch Alert. Storm Watch Alert.
As all of this rain has been falling late this afternoon and into these early evening hours, we've gotten word of a partial roof collapse at the Desert Sky Mall. It's impacted a dental office there. Phoenix Fire Department says crews are on the scene at the mall near Thomas Road and 75th Avenue. They do say there are no reported injuries, but we're waiting for more details, and we will bring them to you just as soon as we get them. The valley's getting more rain tonight as a storm system moves through, bringing strong winds and even hail to the West Valley. National Weather Service meteorologist Sean Benedict says we're going to see the scattered showers until late tonight, and the potential for thunderstorms then will drop down.
A lot of the activity is going to start to shift its focus more towards the east and southeast valley, and maybe more towards even just east of the Phoenix area.
Benedict says the weather should clear the whole valley by late tomorrow morning. City of Tempe is known for its vibrant nightlife, and now the city council is working to protect partygoers from drink spiking.
Tempe Councilman Randy Keating leads a drink spiking education and prevention subcommittee with the goal of drafting a first-of-its-kind ordinance. He explains they're hosting a community awareness event at Outlaw Distillery on December 3rd, where they'll have glass covers and drink test kits for people to try.
Like a test strip you dip in the drink, and it will test for 17 different chemical substances, all of which have been used to spike drinks in the past.
He says they'd like to make test kits available at Tempe bars and create tax incentives for establishments that provide drink covers to patrons. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Sports tonight, a couple of nights off the Phoenix Suns after they beat the Portland Trail Blazers on the road last night. They'll be back on the court Friday night, taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves at home. There is a big college basketball matchup going on right now. It's the number 4 Arizona Wildcats in Connecticut battling the number 3 Huskies. Right now, second half, Wildcats up 53-42. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We've got some wet streets out there. Let's check out the ride with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky Lynn Tolson, delay 44 minutes, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound from 107th Avenue to 67th Avenue, Phoenix, with a whopping 51-minute delay, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound starting at Central Avenue to 75th Avenue. This goes in for both ways. If you see a large puddle or something you just can't make, don't even attempt to drive it. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust. Your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We still have a flash flood warning in effect for portions of Maricopa County, mainly the West Valley, but moving into Phoenix downtown until 8:45 tonight. We're expecting the rain to continue overnight into early tomorrow. Overnight low 59, tomorrow's high mid-60s, and it's 58 at Sky Harbor in Phoenix right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill from the Chris and Joe Show. The American dream is totally within your reach if you follow a couple of easy steps. First, lower your expectations. Second, pretend you never wanted it in the first place. The first thing you might want to cut from that dream, tomorrow at 2 on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
All right. You know you're from Arizona when the weather becomes the big story.
And when you get excited about it.
Well, but this is really different, okay? If you are new to the area, I want to tell you right now.
Doesn't happen.
We don't normally get hail that builds up on the roads. And we are getting so many. Not only are we seeing videos from our TV partners, but people are texting me like the pictures in their backyard. I'm getting them from all over.
Streets covered in hail in Tolleson.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, it's all white. It's crazy.
83rd and Buckeye. I've got this guy walking around in a parking lot that is completely white. Looks like a layer of snow.
Yep.
Just too bad there's not a hill around there.
83rd, just south of Bethany, at their front yard. I got a video of completely covered there. So you're getting a sense of kind of the area that we're talking about.
I've got a home in Glendale where the walkway is covered in white and the grass completely, you can't see any green.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've seen this. Obviously, it's happened before.
Yeah.
It's not snow.
It ain't normal.
It's not
snow. No.
It's not cold enough.
No.
But it is crazy to have this kind of slush on the road, and it makes it very slippery if you're on the highways. And if you're not taking your time getting home, change your mind about that. Take your time and take all the time you have, because we don't really know how to drive very well here when the weather gets bad. I'm not sure. It's obvious.
Let's be honest about it. And listen, all it has to do is rain, and we lose our ever-loving minds.
Yeah.
So you add hail into it, and I'm genuinely concerned for some of you.
So what parts are we really looking at?
So think about starting down. I'm going to use a racetrack, Phoenix International Raceway. So think Avondale, Goodyear, Tolleson area, right?
But even Glendale, Phoenix, downtown Phoenix.
Right, that's where it started.
Yeah.
It came out of the southwest and moving at kind of a northwestern direction up towards, we think it'll eventually end up going through like Anthem.
Yeah.
So West Valley, mostly west of the 17 is where the heaviest stuff is.
We called the outspoken weather bunny, Ian Schwartz. He also works. His side job is at Arizona's Family.
He works in the mornings at there.
And so we dialed him up about a half an hour ago. We said, what the heck is going on out there? And this is what he told us.
It is wild, especially in places like Tolleson. They probably had like maybe 1.5 inches of hail fall on the ground. Glendale got whacked. Up by Anthem, Deer Valley, they are getting slammed right now, but pretty impressive stuff. the pictures are crazy that are floating around social media right now.
Can you explain what these pictures look like to everybody? Because I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, this is not where we live.
It looks like when you're back east, when there's slush on the road. You know, you got a little track where the cars are going through and you've got all this stuff piled up.
Goodness.
Yeah, if you renovated your home and you scraped off all the popcorn from the ceiling, just put that everywhere all over the roads.
Yeah.
You know, we don't see a ton of hail.
No, we don't.
In Phoenix because it's so warm. Even when we do get storms, it's usually not cold enough. What you need for hail is a really, really tall thunderstorm. We're talking like 40, 50, 60,000 feet. And then you get pieces of rain essentially that freeze. And then as they fall, they're getting pushed up into the thunderstorm and getting a fresh coating of hail. And that happens again and again and again until the little hailstone is too heavy and then it comes down. So this is some pretty powerful storms. And when we get the hail, that means they're very, very high in the atmosphere, gusty winds, and even a ton of rain. So that's why Becky Lynn was mentioning some of those flash flood warnings.
All right, that's Ian Schwartz, outspoken weather bunny. He also works at Arizona's Family.
Part-time gig.
He told us, like yesterday, we had him on too because it was raining like crazy. He said we're at least 1 or 2 inches ahead of last year's pace.
Already.
Yeah.
So and it's just going to keep adding to it.
Yeah, well, this is crazy.
By the way, when we talk about hail, I know that can really concern people as far as your car. I have not heard any reports of the hail being big enough to damage. That this hail coming down appears to be relatively small. I'll use the term pebble size. You've heard golf ball, softball size hail. When you have hail that size, that's when it like destroys your car and the roof of your house.
Right. Like Tempe had the microburst at the end of the summer. There was some hail there for sure.
Yeah.
And you remember the video of a person's pool?
Yeah.
It was like people were throwing baseballs.
Yeah, it was a plop, plop, plop. Yeah. Pretty darn crazy.
Well, I mean, we've seen it hail. Certainly, we've seen it also pile up. I mean, a couple of years ago, I was on the way out, and I'm at the door, and it's a glass door here at the station.
Yeah.
And it's just pelting the door, and I go, I'm not going anywhere.
Not going out that.
I'm not going out that.
I'm not going out that.
I don't have my umbrella. I'm not wearing my rubbers. I don't have any. I had a short sleeve shirt on. I'm not going out there.
I'm not going out in that.
No, I'm not doing that.
This is apocalyptic weather.
It's outrageous, if you will.
Can't live with that. Hey, I'm going to let Becky Lynn continue to update you, and also Enrique update you guys on the news, the weather, the traffic. That's coming up. And then, you know what? We're going to talk a little bit about the Epstein files. Some of the things we learned.
Actually, we got some breaking news on that, too.
We got breaking news on it. There you go. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Lund Mortgage. Oh, in business. Well over 30 years right here in the Valley. Want you to call them and purchase a house. Maybe you're a first-time want-to-be home buyer. All right, let's tell you some of the positives, all right? Because it's a little difficult to buy a house these days. Certainly not impossible. When you have the Lund Mortgage team in your corner, they'll tell you this, buyer's market right here in the Valley. Thousands of homes are ready to be bought. Now, let's talk about the price. Are they up or are they down? They're down. So some of the prices certainly have come down. You have homeowners that want to sell their house and they've had to lower the price. That's good for you. That's good for your wallet. Now, how about the interest rates? Are they lower or are they higher? They're lower. So the Fed has lowered interest rates twice this year. So home prices are down and the interest rates are down. This is when you buy a house. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Talk to them about it. Ask them anything and everything. 623-875-9940, 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
It's a music and wine event you don't want to miss at Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. Friday evening, November 21st at 6:30. Tap your toes, raise a glass, and settle in for a feel-good set that sweeps from Broadway and jazz to classics and pop favorites. Get details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Best day rates may apply.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and if you need to add a little luxury to your Black Friday shopping, I've got some news for you. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, invite you to experience amazing during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Like on the spacious 3-row 2026 Lexus TX SUV, crafted to a higher standard with room for everyone, luxury for all. Or check out the 2026 NX 450 Premium Plug-in Hybrid with a 304 net combined horsepower engine, giving you an estimated 84 combined miles per gallon. Yours for only $659 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. All this plus the no bull difference you expect from an Earnhardt dealership. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 12/1/25.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:44. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We have two big stories tonight. President Trump has signed the measure that overwhelmingly passed through Congress yesterday, which authorizes the release of the Epstein files. With the president's signature, the Department of Justice now has 30 days to release those files. Also, a little closer to home, a portion of the roof of Desert Sky Mall at 75th Avenue and Thomas Road has collapsed in tonight's West Valley thunderstorm that came complete with high winds, rain, even plenty of hail. National Weather Service meteorologist Sean Benedict says the showers scattered across the valley will move east overnight.
Once we get to about late morning to midday tomorrow, a lot of this activity is going to push off to the east and will come to an end.
Meanwhile, there is a flash flood warning for the West Valley until 8:45, and now the East Valley is starting to get in on the action. The National Weather Service just issued a special weather statement until 7:15 for Mesa, Scottsdale, and Tempe for high winds and possibly some hail as well. KTAR News reminds you, if you see a flooded road, don't try to cross it, turn around, don't drown. And we'll bring you details on the mall roof collapse as we get more information. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check of those roads tonight. We need it. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, I wish I had good things to say, but Phoenix is now with a 1 hour and 10-minute delay. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound, starting from 19th Avenue to 75th Avenue. Tolson with a delay of 58 minutes. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound from 107th Avenue to 57th Avenue. And this goes for both directions. If you see a large puddle or you don't think you can cross it, don't do it. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is a proud supporter of KTAR's Outspoken for families in need, benefiting UMOM. New day centers for collection drive. To learn more about UMOM and how you can help, text CARE to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with a reminder to have your roof checked by Gleason Roofing as we head out of the crazy monsoon and into the rainiest part of the year in Arizona, winter. And a reminder that if you have a shingle roof, you really need to talk to Gleason because Gleason Roofing's having a huge sale on high-quality shingles while their excess inventory lasts. If you lost shingles during the monsoon or if you're not sure if your roof was damaged from our crazy recent weather, do what I did. Visit GleasonRoofing.com and have Gleason do a no-obligation roof audit and get a steep discount on shingles before they run out. And if you have a tile roof like me, have Gleason check your underlayment. Mine needed repair big time, so I'm glad Gleason Roofing fixed mine. In business for 25 years, family-owned Gleason Roofing is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and one of the few GAF Master Elite contractors in America. And most importantly, I trust them. GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason. Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations
Limitations apply.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com. Go to the right side of the page. Take the Gatos Big Q. So the breaking news, President Donald Trump, as you've heard, Becky Lynn, has signed the bill to force the DOJ to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. So I asked what will happen when the files are released. So I think it's, 30 days they have to release it?
I believe so. Yeah, the Department of Justice does, yes.
What will happen when the Epstein files are released? A, everything will be redacted. B, we finally get answers.
Everything will be redacted 82%.
86%, everything will be redacted.
I got my finger on the pulse.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So again, the bill itself, it's got some odd wording in it. So it says they have 30 days. Attorney General Bondi has 30 days to release all unclassified records, but she can withhold or redact information that could jeopardize a federal investigation. Now, you might say, but there aren't any federal investigations. She actually said that back when they first got them, saying there was no new evidence. They didn't do anything. Well, yesterday she said, we're going to open up new investigations.
So I read this, something totally different.
Oh,
that I always ask the question: if there was something against Trump, in the Epstein files,
right,
Biden would have released them.
Yeah, Biden didn't have them.
Okay.
Biden didn't have the
from what I understand,
files.
there was already an investigation into it, so you couldn't have released them.
There was a judge
Yeah.
who had a standing order against releasing them that expired earlier this year.
Yeah. No, and I didn't really know that.
And Biden's AG probably would have never released them. He was like a by-the-book guy who didn't want to do a lot of things.
We can't have people in Congress or...
But there was a judge's order preventing their release.
I know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if there are people that are inside our government that had something to do with this or knew about it, or we got to know. End of story.
Yeah.
We have to know. So why don't we switch gears, back to the weather?
Okay.
Because I really think that this is just insane. You just don't see weather like this in Arizona very often.
It's moving through pretty quickly, too. Some of the pictures I got, Bell Road, all up and down Bell Road seem to get really hit a lot. But people are telling me, really seem to kind of calm down, So it went through quickly. I want to say I saw the storm was moving at like 25 miles an hour, which is a pretty decent clip, I mean, it was pushing along.
Becky Lynn, the East Valley got some hail recently.
What? It's kind of hitting and raining right now, and so the National Weather Service issued what they call a special weather statement for some high winds, 40 miles per hour, rain and hail, and saw a picture of some falling in Ahwatukee.
So think about this too. We've got Sky Harbor flights delayed.
Oh, like yeah.
I see we have at least 7,000 homes losing power.
Yep.
We've got the roof of a mall in West Phoenix collapsing.
Desert Sky Mall.
Desert Sky,
yeah. It looks like and we saw some images of it where like the floor of the mall is full of water because the roof caved in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Looks like the hail fell west of downtown Phoenix. There were some flash flood warnings issued in Glendale, Peoria, and Avondale.
And those are still on. Yeah.
Still on. West side.
West side.
So it said 1-inch hail. Got to worry about 1-inch hail?
Starting to get up there.
Dent your car?
Possibly, I guess, if there was enough of it.
All right.
And,
Yeah, I didn't have this on the card today.
Wasn't on the bingo card?
No, I don't think so.
You didn't have this? So,
no,
yeah.
Slush.
November hail as opposed to November rain. November hail.
November
and it was
hail.
like 90 degrees last week.
Right.
It is. The weather is schizophrenic. Let's just be honest.
I got a bit of a sunburn putting up my Christmas decorations last week.
You're not exaggerating.
No, I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, you're outside in the heat.
And now it looks like it snowed.
Yeah, it's really crazy. And again, thank you guys for texting me pictures and videos at 620, getting to see.
Bruce, they're texting us. It's
Us.
I
Sorry.
am part of this.
But you don't read them.
He doesn't.
But I want to be
Oh,
included.
I just want to be included in
I
the
just want to be
conversation.
included.
Thank you for texting us pictures and video and showing us.
That makes
Again,
me happy.
It looks a little
It looks Christmassy.
We just don't get to see it. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel a lot like Christmas in the valley.
I'd put the lights on tonight, but the wet.
No, you're not allowed to.
You can't do it.
No,
they won't
that's
turn
not
on.
why. That's not.
The thing will switch.
You know
Whatever. What
that's
is it
not
called
why.
again? Anyway,
Short out.
Yeah, short out.
You're under strict orders not to.
How is it going in like Flagstaff? Do we know anything there?
I know they were getting a lot of snow
They were
up
getting
there.
snow, yes.
Okay.
Snow bowl, and I
absolutely.
mean, there's going to be people out skiing this
Yeah, this weekend,
seriously.
yeah.
I mean, this
In
is
Phoenix.
well, possible. There might be some doing that in Phoenix right now. Yeah, but up north, they're certainly getting a decent amount of snow up there, yeah, winter is upon us.
I'm just surprised looking at some of the valley highways.
Yeah.
With all the slush in the road.
Yeah, and
that's nuts.
Backups everywhere, flooded lanes,
Yeah.
which are causing problems. Such deep water in the lanes.
Enrique said there was like an hour delay.
Backup on the 10. Yeah, headed west
at this time of night.
Yeah.
6:54 and 25 seconds. Get an hour 10 delay.
Our sincere apologies. Thank you for listening, though. All right, we appreciate spending time with us. Maybe getting up to speed on things. Maybe made you laugh every once in a while. Takes a village. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there just in time on the wheels of steel. The first lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules producing the show. Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn with all your news and information. Boy, we needed Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias today with all that traffic. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, even in the slush, you're lucky to have me.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
What do you give the person who's always at their desk? X-Chair. This holiday, give next level comfort with X-Chair ergonomic seating. Dynamic variable lumbar support and SiFloat Infinite Recline has your back. X-Chair elevates work, gaming, projects with everyday comfort. During the X-Chair holiday sale, you can save up to 50% site-wide. Don't wait. These deals won't last. Visit xchair.com and save up to 50% today. That's xchair.com.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com. Ford.com.
You know what a commitment to keeping America strong looks like? When Ford assembles the most vehicles in the U.S., and Ford makes that same commitment to our veterans, active military, and first responders. Yep, Paul Calvisi here for our Desert Ford dealers, who are most definitely here for those who serve, with a special offer on the 2025 Ford F-150. That F-Series is America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. From work truck to weekend warrior, off-roading, towing, hauling, there's an F-150 for everything. And right now, for everyone, get 0% APR for 60 months. Plus, for military personnel, veterans, and first responders, get $1,000 bonus cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150. That's 0% APR for 60 months, plus another $1,000 in bonus cash back for military personnel, veterans, and first responders when you buy a 2025 Ford F-150. But hurry, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641.